Well, good morning and welcome everyone. It's 9 a.m. Thursday, December 16th, 2021. Welcome to our Strategic Planning Committee Council of the Whole. I shall call the meeting to order. You have an agenda before you. I'm looking for any additions or deletions. Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt this agenda. Councillor Melhoff, further discussion? Seeing none, I call the motion. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. I should also mention that all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. And with that, I believe I can go to item number 3, which is the overview of our 2022 capital budget. And I would turn it over to Ms. Serkan, or Mr. Reid, whoever starts, please.
Good morning, Reid Lougheed and Council. Welcome to day 2 of Budget 2021. I hope that yesterday went as well as certainly on your side of the table, it went as well as we thought it did on our side of the table. So hopefully we continue that strategy today. Just a reminder that, any and all of your questions, this is the time to ask them. So yesterday there was some reticence. I don't want to interrupt, or I don't want to ask a silly question. Please feel free to ask whatever question comes your way, because we're here to do the best we can to help answer those questions. And if you thought of it, it's very likely there's a resident out there who thought of it too. And so please feel free. We're here to help, and we're here to support you in this journey. I had a lot of speeches on budget days, but all I want to do today is say welcome, and we'll hand it over to Ms. Serkan.
Good morning. Welcome to day 2. So as I was getting home last night and spending my evening at home, I was thinking about budget, and I thought probably most of you were also. So I just wanted to give you the opportunity to ask any questions about yesterday that came up or that you thought of last night that, excuse me, that you didn't get an answer to yesterday. So were there any programs that you have questions about, any items that came to you last night that you felt like you needed an answer to before we get started in the capital stuff today?
Councillor Melhoff, I see your lights on.
Thank you. Just, did we get the information back from the town changing their recreation?
Yeah, so one of the things that I'm going to talk about next is rec. So
Oh, I'm already,
yeah,
I'm ahead of the game, sorry.
yeah, no, that's great. That's great. Anyone else have questions about anything other than rec? Great news, great news. I mean, not that we don't love your questions. So the next, I did do a bit of a reconciliation for the rec. And of course, as I got into work this morning, Questica servers went down, and that's the software that we use to do our budgeting. So I didn't get to pull all the information. So I just have one of our staff members just working on that. And once the servers are back up, we will revisit. But I'm just going to bring up my reconciliation from yesterday. I'll just email that to you, Alana, hey? I was gonna bring it up on my computer, and all of a sudden I realized, oh, nobody else can see that.
Councillor Northcott.
Yeah, just, my son told me a funny little joke last night, and I thought I'd relay it to everybody here this morning, but it was, what do you call a flying foot on fire? A mistletoe.
Dad jokes are the best.
Okay, there, I sent it, Alana, if you could bring it up on the screen for me. Thank you. So you can see where the beginning, where the numbers were, when the books were handed out yesterday. And then on the bottom there are just the items that have changed that we talked about yesterday. So if you can just scroll to the bottom there, Alana. Thank you. So there are, these are just the changes. So once we get Questica up, I do want to spend some time just going through the capital asks from the town for recreation. They are outside the operating agreement. The operating agreement does speak to the capital projects just to say that they must be approved on a one-by-one basis. So we will just get you that list as soon as Questica's up and running. And I will ask Matt to join me for that as soon as we have that for you. And you can see that the first 4, 8, 9 items there are to do with the transfers from the town from the email that I got from them earlier this week. And then the salary adjustment is the final item that we talked about yesterday. So I think we'll move right into
Mr.
yeah.
Reid?
I only want to reference the remove Christensen from the signage in case anybody had any questions about that. The marketing partnership is no longer in effect. And so the intention that I've been made aware of is to put Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County's logos in the place of those 2 Christensen logos, which I will tell you from many facility projects that I've worked on is a far more accurate representation of who's funding those facilities. And so I just wanted to make you aware of that. It's sort of an operational decision, but I think it would have our support should they go forward that way. But I didn't want that 15,000 to go without note.
That is actually removing that 15,000 from their ask. So I think it's because it went forward this year so. I'm not 100% sure, but they just removed it from their ask. So a positive there means that we're putting money back into, or it's money that we don't have to fund any longer. And a negative is money that we have to fund. So the 15,000 is they're removing that from the budget. The NSRP upgrade is they're deferring that, so that's a positive. And then the additional asks are in a credit balance there. So, but we'll move through more of that once we get to the rec stuff later.
And just to comment on what I just told you, there may be new or updated information that I was not aware of. So if I'm incorrect, I apologize.
And Councillor Graham, I see your light's on.
If we're putting county signs up, did I miss the cost of that, or is that gonna be in the future, in future budget deliberations?
Yeah, so it sounds like that may have changed.
Okay.
Right, so it may not occur at all. So.
Okay.
So we will move through the capital agenda. Beginning with Public Works. Again, I just want to reference that restricted surplus document that I handed out yesterday. and the capital project list. Now, that capital project list is in alphabetical order by the job number there, so they won't be in the order that the directors are speaking to, but you can keep track kind of where, it shouldn't be too hard to find where they're at on there and figure out what the funding is for those projects. And you can see that, especially the ones that are funded through tax revenue, that there are alternatives, and this is how we begin to balance that final number on the budget balancing process. So with that, I'll turn it over to Director Hansen.
Well, good morning, Council. It's my absolute pleasure to present the draft Public Works Infrastructure Operating Budget Review for Council's consideration here this morning. Want to really thank my team and Kurt's team there for all the hard work they've done in putting this budget together and presenting this here for you today. We're gonna have there's a lot of detail that we can go through. We're happy to go through the projects. There's a lot of similarities to the recent strategic planning session that we've had. So don't want to rush through it there, but a lot of it's going to look quite familiar. With that, in the agenda item, I'll start with the staff recommendation that the Strategic Planning Committee reviews the Public Works Infrastructure and Operations Draft 2022 capital budget and suggest amendments as required. For the background, Public Works capital budget includes estimated expenditures needed to pay for assets such as land, construction of buildings, roads, bridges, equipment, water and wastewater, solid waste and recycling, and other major permanent improvements. Some projects identified in the 10-year capital plan have been discussed with previous councils and are viewed as a placeholder for a more specific project in the future. Other projects are identified as an annual expenditure to maintain the county's current infrastructure. Depending on the complexity of the project, preliminary engineering and or detailed design are typically completed a year before construction of the project. Unlike the county's operating budget, capital expenditures tend to vary from year to year, depending on the current priority. Further to this, there are multiple different funding strategies that can be used to fund these major capital projects. These include, but not limited to, tax revenue, MSI, gas tax, restricted surplus, and other grant opportunities. So as we go through each one of these projects, each one can be identified as the funding strategy associated with it there. But it'll probably work better as the roll up in the end. You'll be able to really see how much money is being allocated for which project in kind of the larger scope and scale. With that, I believe the sections actually start with Public Works Operations Capital. So I will turn it back over to Director Magnus there to start that presentation.
Councillor Swanson.
Just before you get started, I just want to reference this or ask the question. Even though we have 10 years in front of us as capital projects, we are required by the MGA to approve first 3 years or the first 5 years?
Mr. Hagan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Reeve. Actually, the MGA requires a 5-year window. The first year of that, 2022, is the only one similar to operating that you're required to approve a budget for. So again, the spending authority goes with the budget. So you're only approving spending authority for 2022. As per the MGA, they require projections of capital expenditures for the next 4 years. We've doubled that window to give you a bigger picture. At the same time, we're not proposing to go beyond 10 years because things just get too fuzzy at that point in time. But we're comfortable with a 10-year window. Yes, the closer we get to that 10th year, the fuzzier the numbers get because we don't have hard numbers, they are estimates. But we still like to keep them as placeholders for council's planning purposes. Does that help?
So I guess I'm just seeking direction here again. Would we like to go through the same way as we did yesterday? Just I'll hit that particular capital project, and if I see a thumbs up, we'll just move to the next one. Is that all right?
Sure.
Okay. Sure. All right. The first one pertains to airport capitals. So, is there any questions associated with that one?
Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. In the previous strategic plan capital project that you gave us, this was different due to a terminal, I believe. I'm curious if we're now not building a terminal, or we're just, like, what direction that's taken since this overview was given.
Sure. So the town did provide us with an update on the capital associated with the airport. So they're still moving forward with what the town has provided us with. So that entails the engineering associated with the terminal building in 2022, along with the purchase of a plow, or sorry, some line painting occurring in there as well, and then some taxiway paving. So what you're seeing is our 50% share of that.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes?
In this one, there was also a note of equipment and electronics and an upgrade of some lighting. Is that expressed then in the 2022 as well, or has that been pushed as well?
What we've been provided with was the cost associated with the engineering associated with the terminal building, some taxiway preliminary engineering, the taxiway paving, and line painting for 2022. So that's their most up-to-date. And then the airfield lighting comes into play in 2023.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, Ms. Serkan?
Just take this opportunity to just point out the capital job summary report there. Right at the beginning, it says funding source, so that you can follow along that this project is being funded through tax revenue in 2022. And then the expenditure is on the bottom. So you should find that for each of the capital job summaries, so that you're aware of where that project is being funded.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on then, the next item is the construction equipment. Okay, thank you.
Oh, Councillor Melhoff.
Sorry, I wasn't fast enough on the draw. Looks to be significantly lower this year than subsequent coming years. I'm just curious why, or we just don't have equipment we need this year, or?
Yep, that's exactly
That's
it.
just-
Yeah, it's just we're abiding by the council approved replacement, fleet and equipment replacement maintenance policy along with the management plan. And currently for 2022, in regards to any type of replacement needs to occur, there's very little this year.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And next item would be general equipment. Okay. Vehicles, light duty, heavy duty.
Councillor Melhoff.
This is probably for Ms. Serhan. With regards to the restricted surplus versus the tax revenue, what makes up that, like, why the shift from coming from restricted surplus when predominantly the rest of the vehicles are being taken out of tax revenue, and this one's coming out of restricted surplus.
Yes, there's some equipment that wasn't purchased in 2021. So that's being carried forward into a restricted surplus account. And those
then shifted.
purchases will be made in 2022.
Oh, perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Good morning. I just noticed that through this capital summary, there's a lot of the vehicles, like pickups. And I'm wondering if our purchasing sources are the same as the public, where because of shortages, prices have gone significantly higher. Will we be affected by that, or do we have long-term purchasing agreements that would keep our costs lower for these vehicles?
No, we do not. So whatever the effect that the general public sees, we see as well in regards to purchasing pickup, any light duty vehicles. We're legislated, we go through the process of having to have put these out for tender, and no, we're not seeing any savings either. The various organizations that have put forward their bids to any tenders that go out for our pickups, they do give us the heads up that you're looking at a $10,000 increase in trucks and so on. So we ourselves, not necessarily for that piece of equipment, for our trucks, have an advantage over anyone else.
Okay. I guess the worst case scenario that I see is that we pay a premium for vehicles and then the market straightens out and goes back to normal. So the residual value of these vehicles is that much lower when we turn them in. And so the thought I have is, what would be the impact of delaying some of these purchases? I'm hoping that the market would straighten out.
Mr. Reid.
If I may, Councillor, a couple of things. The staff are tasked with finding the best value, and that best value also involves, should we delay here or delay there? The policy does drive our process for the most part. So the idea of breaking policy on the chance that we might be able to make some savings in the future, when we know that the policy was written in a way that also protects the county from spending extra now on a truck that is now wearing out. So the balance of the maintenance costs, the residual value, the purchasing power, all of that is taken into account by their very actions, but also by the policy. So especially on a line item such as this, the impact to the budget wouldn't be dramatic. And in fact, we'd probably say would be a net zero. We might save some money on the new purchase, but we're gonna spend more on that old truck. And so, I mean, the policy and the professional opinion would lead you to go away from that idea.
And that was my question. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. The next item is the Nordic Sanitary Dumping Station. That is for our RVs, trailers.
And I see Councillor Melhoff's light is on.
Thank you. I was looking back on my notes from our previous thing as well, and I couldn't remember if you had told us if that was gonna be a fee for service, and if that equipment was then included in this as well, going forward with that?
Sure. So yes, any and all equipment associated with establishing that site there is incorporated into this cost. And yes, we would be setting up some sort of system, pay-as-you-go sort of thing in the same way as our potable water out there. We have a station out there, and in all likelihood, we'll set that up in the same way in terms of either establishing accounts for frequent users or credit card system, something to that effect. Yes, that's all incorporated into there, and we'll be looking into the most optimal design to allow that billing to occur.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes, please.
Going forward, would our hopes be that then, I know that we probably won't be able to recover the capital side of this, but recover the ongoing operational fees that would be, or ongoing operational costs would be associated with this, that hope the fees would help bring that to zero?
Yes, our intention is, if at all possible, to achieve cost recovery. And that's the direction we would proceed with, definitely.
Perfect, thank you.
Next one is our Nordegg sanitary dumping station, the commercial one.
And Councillor Swanson has a question.
Have you done in the past or have an I want to know the usage of this. Are we anticipating a lot of use with this commercial dumping station from around that area? Or do you, or maybe is it as you anticipate Nordegg growing that there'll be more usage out of this?
The answer to both those questions is yes. We've had, it is used quite often, and it was for that reason that we needed to have a better control over it, because it can be abused. And so this septic receiving station will allow us to have a better control over that. And we do anticipate higher use moving forward as development occurs there. And the businesses are well aware of that. That is an option available to them beyond Rockies Lagoon in terms of getting rid of any wastewater. So definitely see an increase.
Follow? In regard to all the extra infrastructure that was built out west, AAP and their particular, I'll just say rest stations, they will be using our commercial dump then for
Yes.
that as well?
Yeah, for
Okay.
sure.
Do we contract with them for something like that, or is it something that they pay per use? Is it a contract with AAP, or would it be a pay per use?
In all likelihood, pay per use.
Okay.
Yes. Moving on,
Councillor
Nordegg.
Northcott. Sorry, Councillor Northcott. Had a late one.
Just pricing for the infrastructure, basically it's a manless operation, right? You pay as you go, right? I was just curious if, and I don't know if you have it, but just a cost of how much to convert that or have it set up so it's a, a pay-as-you-go system, like for the infrastructure and stuff like that?
So you're asking going from what we had to this?
Yeah,
Okay, so from what we had before, there was nothing there. It was basically, you hook up and the back truck to the piping associated with it, and then you goes into the lagoon essentially. This one now, this system is the building associated with it, the SCADA, I guess, technology associated with it as well. There's a various number of items that go with that, so that it has the ability to also manage any undesirables that should not be going into the lagoon as well. And that was an issue we had quite often, so much so that we found our personnel having to go out on a boat into the lagoon and take care of some of those undesirables. So we went from nothing to something that's functional in terms of managing and mitigating and making sure that what's supposed to go in the lagoon is going into the lagoon from outside sources.
okay, and my question was, it was just for, thinking of other sandy dump stations that are in the area that are manned by, by people and staff, to convert them to you know, an electronic pay-as-you-go type thing for the user, so that's this cost here?
Yep, that cost is going from nothing to the
Okay.
complete system. Yeah, because we basically had nothing out there, Deputy Reeve Northcott, yeah.
Thanks.
And I'd just make a comment at this time that I'm very encouraged to see the intent here is to create, actually to reduce the workload on our staff out at Nordegg, and still allow this functionality within that community. So I can appreciate the efforts made there.
Yeah. Okay, next one is the Nordegg wastewater treatment plant installation of H2S and your LEL detectors.
Councillor Malhoff.
Thank you. Do we have this type of system set up at all of our waste treatment facilities? Or is this just at Nordegg? It seems like a big safety thing we would want to put at all of our
Yeah.
facilities.
Yeah, the Nordic system is unique, a little different from our Condor and Leslieville one. We do have lift stations associated with both the Leslieville and Condor one. It's not required at the Leslieville one because we don't have that same setup. The Leslieville one is a very simple, basic operation. The Nordic one is built now and is currently running to Alberta Environment and Parks and Alberta Health regulatory standards. And so that facility is more top of the line, up to date, and because of that, that facility would require these. Again, the Leslieville is very basic. It has the lagoon. It just has a separate little building for a generator. Should the outside electrical source go down on us, then the generator kicks in to get the pumps going, and the pumps are down hole, so there's no worry there. And Condor does have, we've upgraded that and to bring it to Alberta Environment Parks regulatory standards, and Reeve Lougheed is well aware of that system out there as well. And I'm not sure if we do have anything in the lift station itself in regards to these detectors.
Not on the basis of
Yeah.
those parameters, and I just,
Right.
yeah, I guess kind of share your concern if there was something around regulations.
Yeah, and it would have been installed there as well. So all in all, it's only this facility itself, the Nordic wastewater facility, that has to have these in place.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Go ahead, please.
Well, while I recognize that it's a regulatory thing and has to happen, perhaps we should look at installing them at our other locations as a proactive safety measure, just because they don't have to have them. Would it be good of us to look towards getting them for the safety standard of those facilities?
And in the capital outline here, we are doing upgrades to the Leslieville one. It is, we'll get to it here, but it's the Leslieville replacement of collection mains lift station upgrades for next year. And the engineering firm definitely will be providing that information if that indeed is required. So we will follow up with them on that as well, and follow up with our engineering firm for the Condor
For
one
Condor as well.
Sure, yeah.
Thank you.
Next one is the Nordic wastewater treatment plant roper pump spare parts. Okay. The Nordic lagoon blower. Nordic water meter system. The regional wastewater system, wastewater kidney.
Councillor Swanson.
I see in your description, in regards to that, you also, at the end of that description, it says a waste to energy, so it would be a possibility in the future, is that what that
Yeah,
means?
we've actually have incorporated that into the cost. So the design in and of itself is such that rather than disposing of the sludge to the landfill, that it be converted directly on-site to another alternative energy, in this case, electricity. So then it would help to power that facility as well, and then any additional back into the grid.
Thank you.
And I'm not sure, I'll go to Councillor Graham first and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Ratcliffe.
All right, thank you, Reeve Wahid. So these prices are for just updating the system in Leslieville. It's not to put the new system in that it requires.
No, it's an entirely new system.
This is the new system?
Yeah, new
Okay.
system. As
Excellent.
a reminder to council, that wastewater system, i.e. the lagoon in and of itself, has been grandfathered right now. So it does not currently meet any of Alberta Environment and Parks regulatory standards. And we did indicate in the 10-year plan that, as a placeholder, ultimately that lagoon will need to meet Alberta Environment and Parks, I should just say the wastewater system, right? Needs to meet their regulatory standards. And so what we have before you, and it was approved by previous council in regards to moving forward with a facility that, and a completely new facility, Councillor Graham, that will accommodate the community, so Clearwater County as a whole, and 2, brings everything up to standards, and 3, it allows us in the future, if we would like to tie in Withrow, Alhambra, Condor, possibly 2, even though Condor now has a state-of-the-art wastewater facility there. That's all been upgraded. But that facility in and of itself will have the capacity and ability to tie in these communities, if so desired by future council.
Excellent, thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Mr. Magnus, just could we go back to the Nordic water meter system?
Sure.
I'm wondering what the communication, I'm assuming this is individual meters at residences and businesses. What's the communication medium between the meters and the central station? Is that going to be wired or wireless?
I would imagine wireless. I can only speculate, but my apologies, I don't know that detail.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. Moving on to condo replacement of collection mains and curb and gutter, stormwater improvements.
So I may chime in here, because anything that has the word condor in it immediately perks my interest, for obvious reasons. Definitely looks like a fairly large work plan here based on the budget amount. Maybe if for my benefit, if not just to the benefit of the entire council, could you maybe outline a little bit of the work there that's involved?
2020, we began the process of, well, I'll step back just a little bit more on that. And Reeve Lougheed knows the history here that those lines, sanitary lines, have been in place for a number of years, and even to the point of still being some ceramic lines, I believe. And so over time, definitely there's degradation occurring, okay, and or even just they're no longer, horizontal, there's waves and so on within the lines themselves. So we periodically camera the lines, and we did that a number of years ago. I believe it was 2017, 2018 that we cameraed them, and we saw a significant not only damage but just concerns in regards to the lines for rupture and failure. So in 2020, through the engineering report that was presented to us, we were able to categorize priority levels. And so we dealt with priority one, those priority one lines, so high level priority in 2020, we replaced those. So moving forward, our intent now is to replace, repair those remaining lines, sanitary lines. So that's included in here. But at the same time, what we'd like to do, and Reeve Lougheed, again, being a resident there and being well aware of the history, the Condor does have some drainage issues in and of itself. And that concerns us as Clearwater County and administration, is that none of our residents should have to deal with that when that can be something that can be mitigated. And as you're well aware of, unlike our urban centers, they have the curb and gutter systems to collect rainfall and so on. And for the most part, that's very effective. Of course, when you have a deluge, as many times we see, I mean, even sometimes that can't even handle it. Nonetheless, council made the decision, previous councils, to move forward with rectifying that. So our intention now is to put into both Condor and Lesville the curb and gutter system, okay, and that'll be tied into our sanitary lines, which will direct it off to the lagoon, and so that involves that work, and then ultimately, because we're tearing into the infrastructure itself, knowing that Lesville East will be in the books to get paved in 2023, to utilize and be efficient and consider costs. We wanted to get all this done so that we could potentially utilize the contractor and put into the tender itself that Condor would be paved then at the same time. And what we're doing here too is the timing for this, knowing that the schools are being built, and we wanted to get all this done before our children head back to school and those schools are done, so that then not only the traffic associated with the children going to school and so on don't have to deal with all that mud and everything else. So there's some timing involved in here as well.
Thank you very much for that. Okay. Next one is the dry hydrant Tamarack Trail upgrade. Okay. James River Road erosion. Councillor Graham.
I worry this could be a potential pecuniary interest for me. I'm not sure what it entails, but I'm assuming gravel trucks will at some point be used in it, so.
In all likelihood, Councillor Graham, that will be tendered out. It will
So
need to be tendered
I'm
out.
okay,
Yeah,
okay,
you're
sorry.
okay.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry,
that's
go
it.
to the reindeer from the Division One.
Thank you. How does this tie in with the potential, I know that there's a bridge upgrade listed. Can these be done independently, or they kind of do one, do both, or?
It would be independent endeavors to each of these, yeah. No.
Would doing this help with the potential bridge problem that we have? They're totally, okay,
different.
sorry, thank
No
you.
worries. Okay. Next one is the Lesville, my apologies. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Cermak.
This realignment and erosion repair, is that at the bridge or is that in another area?
No, that's an entirely different area from the bridge. Yeah, it's not even close to the bridge.
Oh, it's further west?
Yeah, yeah.
It's close to where the creek follows that?
I haven't gone out to the site, itself. Eric, any comments as to its location?
Sorry, yeah, it is on the west James River Road there, and the James River's come right up against the side of the existing county road. It's been an ongoing problem for a couple of years now, and we're continuing to see the degradation of that bank, so, and one thing I am going to speak to when I get into mine, there's a lot of capital projects there at a lot of different locations, and as we do our capital projects updates, we'll continue to provide mapping and updates, you know, to where exactly the work that's gonna be done as well as the locations. This is really the numbers presentation, you know, but we will definitely be providing that additional information there, so council and individual councilors for that area will be able to explain to the residents, you know, where exactly we're gonna be doing that work, so.
Okay.
Yeah, then much more clarity is gonna come, but that is on the west James River Road.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Ms. Serkan.
Just handed out a new list of the capital jobs. They're just in the order that they're being presented now instead of in alphabetical order.
Thank you for that.
Okay, the next capital item is the Lesterville Lift Station wet well repairs.
And I guess, I'll go to Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. I see that the next three are related to that unless I'm misreading. If we do the Leslieville upgrade that was presented earlier, are these still gonna be required? Or are these part if we do that? I don't know if that explained my question. I'm sorry if
I
that was
understand,
unclear.
yeah, no, these are independent. of it.
Okay.
The facility itself is located right at the current lagoon site.
Okay,
And these pumps are the driving force to get the wastewater through the force main to the facility itself. So that's where these pumps come in. And you are correct here, it actually, if your booklet is the same as mine, I actually have the Leslieville Lift Station wet well repairs occurring twice. I don't know why they're printed out twice, just an error.
oh, okay, I just thought they were,
So, yeah, no, so you can
Different one.
tear one of those out of there. It's in there twice. Yeah, I was going through it last night too. Yeah. I was confused, too, was like, what? Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, you're welcome. So, skipping that one page, if everyone's okay with that, the next one then is the Lesso replacement priority one collection mains lift station upgrade. Yeah. Okay. Nordic wastewater treatment plant, Muffin Monster project, that's 2023.
Our Division 1 reindeer, please.
I'm just curious what a muffin monster is. I tried to find it on YouTube. That went down a very bad rabbit hole when, so
Yeah.
I'd love to just get that from you instead.
So, to keep it very, very light, you know, I won't go into the engineering behind it. So in essence, it's a collection point that takes care of gathering, again, all those undesirables that you do not want to go to the lagoon. So it's upstream of the lagoon. And so as the collection of the wastewater from the residents, et cetera, comes to the lift station itself. So this is a point at the lift station prior to sending it, and it's 7 kilometers. Okay, so the lift station has those huge roper pumps, and they take that wastewater off to the lagoon for the final process of managing wastewater. So it's a collection point that grabs all those that shouldn't be going to the lagoon. In essence, then we go in there and then we collect that, and that then is taken to the landfill.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Please.
This is making up for the stuff you don't want to go through that's coming from the residents' homes.
Correct.
Whereas the one you mentioned earlier that would prevent our guys from having to go out on boats is preventing the stuff that's coming from the back trucks, et cetera, from going into the lagoon.
Correct, exactly.
Perfect.
And in
Thank
addition
you.
to that too, once that RV station is set up too,
It goes through here.
it goes through there. That's right.
And I guess I might ask a question as well, knowing that our Nordeg system is sized for a fairly large community at some point of time. Just kind of asking around the question of the sizing of the Muffin Monster. Is it one to meet that ultimate goal, or is it one to meet more temporal goals?
To meet the ultimate goal,
Okay.
yes. Yeah,
So that would be a very big Muffin Monster.
yeah, in comparison.
And so
I
that
guess,
would
yeah.
have no difficulties handling stuff from a
No,
septic
no.
receiving
Yeah.
station or
Yeah, and
waste dump station or
yeah,
something.
and that item in of itself, yeah, can function whether it's 5 people or 1,500 people. The item that is of concern is the roper pumps, and that's why you see that in there, because they were built and designed to handle, at the very least, 1,500 people plus, right? They should be going continuously, and so we've done things to mitigate that, to keep them lubricated, et cetera, and so on. But that still does not take away from the fact that entire wastewater system in Nordic was designed for 2,500 people. And yeah, even those roper pumps, so that's where the issue arises, is to minimize the damage to these roper pumps, because they're not used as often.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So even though the pages indicate there's other projects in the sanitary mains and the wastewater, now we're getting into projects that aren't beginning until 2023. So the job summaries are in there for your information so that you can see them, but we would ask that we move to, I'm just finding the page. '37, which is the AEP Partnership Fish Passage jobs, and so that's the next job that occurs, or project that occurs with budgetary considerations for 2022.
Thank you for that. And since we're changing a little bit of my expectations, I will ask one question around the roper pump, because part of the long-range plans appears to be to purchase another roper pump. Is that intended to be a spare, a mechanical spare, so that we have, if there was a failure, I know it's a strategy that's been used previously, if there was a failure of a pump, that you would have an available, ready serviced pump that could be exchanged while the other pump was taken out for service or repairs? Is that kind of the
That is correct.
intent there?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Definitely. So the item, as indicated by Mrs. Serhan, is the Alberta Environment Partnership Fish Passage. As you may recollect, in yesterday's operational discussion, when we looked at the culvert program, that question arose in regards to culverts, et cetera. And I did give you a brief overview of our partnership with Alberta Environment Parks in terms of mitigating some of these fish passage concerns that was brought to our attention. So these here now are those structures that that we're currently working with in conjunction with Alberta Environment Parks. And we do have funding associated with that. And they, as they said, that is high degree of importance with them, and so they're helping us in terms of paying at least 50%, if not more, for it. Yeah. So these are the bridge structures that are currently being taken care of next year.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. So the number showing here, this is the total amount, or the amount that the county is providing?
This is the total amount of cost associated with it.
Okay.
And there will be additional funding coming through. Once that comes through, obviously I'll touch base with Rhonda here and Murray on what else, any additional monies that will be forwarded from Alberta Environment Parks.
Okay, thank you.
So what we do here is when we put it in there, we put down as if we had to deal with it on our own.
Okay.
Okay, and then that funding is dealt with on the bean counter side of things. Fine, that's it, fine.
Thank you.
Don't encourage the engineer.
That's the first word that came to my mind.
That's why we have a partition there, I see. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. This is probably for Ms. Serhan. If finance does get the funding back from that, or if we're expecting funding from that, how does that work when we balance things on the end? Are we considering, when we're looking for the big picture number that you gave us yesterday, are we considering the 910 or are we considering the for whatever it will amount to on that end number we're trying to achieve?
Yeah, I've made a note here that the job summary page is incorrect. Yeah, it should have had grant funding as the funding source on there. And you'll notice on the capital summary page that for that job, we've noted that funding source is grant funding, so.
Perfect.
We would
But
note
it
it.
wouldn't be the whole thing, it would only be 50% of that, yes? It wouldn't be the 910, it would only be 400 and something, because it's only 50%.
If I remember correctly, I think they provided a grant of, I think it was a million, at the very least 500,000 for it. So
Okay.
I'll have to relook back.
Yeah, we've actually received 500,000 of it. I think the other half would come in 2022, but we would recognize all of that grant revenue in the year that the expenses are incurred or expenditures are incurred. So yeah, I have a note to change the summary page to grant funding.
Thank you.
I'll make sure that the agreements
Yeah,
agree
fully
to that.
funded. Perfect.
All right, so the next few here that we have, again, pertains to the, what we call our bridge files, so our bridge structures that are up for replacement this year. And as you may recall, from our strategic planning committee, the whole meeting not too long ago here, Christopher CAO Reed indicated that this is the list, and that are bridge structures that are due for replacement, whether that be the typical bridge that we're all familiar with or a bridge culvert. So the first one here, 1963, that is the one, the James River Bridge. Now that one there is not set up for replacement. What you're seeing there is the costs associated with doing some major repairs to that bridge to extend the life expectancy of the structure. So after this, we'll look at it again. We'll see what the engineering brings back in regards to the structure itself, since the last repairs were done on it, and the significance behind any additional structural damage to it. I mean, that bridge is restricted to 10 tons. So we'll conduct the necessary repairs, and at that time, the report will provide us with what we're looking at in terms of additional life expectancy to that. And if at that point, do we need to replace it? So we'll keep council appraised of that moving forward into the upcoming years. And if indeed it comes to a point that needs to be replaced, you will see that in our 10-year budget.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. A lot of my questions come from the aspect of, are we delivering value to the ratepayers? So I wonder how the life cycle of these bridges is determined. Is it just a calendar time? And also wondering what the failure mode would be for this kind of bridge.
Sure. Typically, there's a life expectancy of about 50 years for a bridge structure. They are inspected anywhere from 6 months to 54 months on an inspection cycle, depending on the structure itself. If I remember correctly, this one right now is set to either 6 or 9 months, every 6 or 9 months. So that inspection cycle typically decreases due to the structure itself and the, I guess, severity of that structure in terms of its integrity, okay? If it's every 54 months, that's usually a good indication that that bridge is doing well. No need to worry about it. Every structure within, bridge structure, all 173 bridge structures that we have within the county are inspected regularly. Again, whether that's from 6 months to every 54 months. So when these engineers go through it, they provide us with a report. So a bridge inspection maintenance report. Very detailed, very thorough. I've been on that course myself in regards to what's involved. And they look at every nook and cranny, every crack associated with it. And then they, long and short of it, they provide us with a number, a rating, okay? It goes from basically 1 to 9. If it hits 2, and I'll keep it very high level on any one of the essential elements associated with that bridge, then it's given a low rating advisory, and or possibly it comes down from Alberta Transportation that it needs to be closed off the bridge. And we've had some of those happen here in my time here. And at that point, then it's replaced. Hopefully that's helpful,
Thank you for
Councillor.
that. That gives me a very high level of confidence.
And Councillor Cermak.
Just for the restriction of the 10 tons, how do we assure that restriction is carried out? Is it just that there's a sign there and people are supposed to abide by it?
Yes, exactly. There is a sign. We have, I believe it's 10 bridges in our county that are load restricted. This is one of them to 10 tons. So that's it, 10 tons. It goes through there. And we rely on the honesty of our citizens and those traveling on our roads to abide by that. Does that always happen? No. But there are signs associated with every one of our bridges that are restricted in any way, shape, or form. So, yeah, there's a sign there. Short of monitoring it, having a CPO sit there and watch the traffic crossing it, that's one avenue. Citizens calling in, so on. We've caught our emergency and legislative services department, our CPOs, wonderful group of individuals there. They've sat there and they have caught individuals crossing that bridge and have been fined appropriately.
That way you are keeping a good check on those bridges. Thank you.
And on that note, and of course you can't catch all of them, Councillor Cermak, and that's why it's inspected as it is, every 6 or 9 months, just for that reason, because unfortunately not everyone abides by that and they take their chances.
And I might make a comment here and then maybe direct you to a YouTube video. It's actually quite entertaining to watch what other countries use for solutions to protect their bridges, and they essentially have a trap door that if this truck exceeds a certain weight, it just drops and the truck just sits in the goo until it's rescued, but it does protect the bridge, so ultimately, look it up, it's kind of interesting.
It's interesting, I read a Calvin and Hobbes yesterday too, and Calvin asked his dad, just on that note, is how do they know how heavy things can go over the bridge? And the dad goes, well, they bring a vehicle across that has a certain weight. If it makes it, great. Then they bring the next one that's heavier and great. it makes, and they keep going, till finally the bridge collapses, you know, with whatever the weight of that truck is. Then they know that's how much that bridge can take. And the mom turns to the dad and goes, "If you don't know the answer, just don't tell him that." You know, I thought, so I gotta get that clipped out. Okay, so thereafter, it's just again, the list of those additional bridges, unless you have any specific questions associated with each of those. If you're interested, I will put that out there. We do have a map of the location of each of these bridges, and if you would like a copy of that, just let me know and I can have that printed out for you and distribute that to each of you.
And Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you. I'm guessing this is another add-in that maybe we'll have an opportunity to cut some more of the
Oh, yeah,
budget,
did you
but it looks
find
like
that one now?
Leslieville is
8142?
double, yeah.
Double, yeah, tear that one
So
out.
it was either that or are we doing two of them?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I caught that too. Yeah, you can tear that one out too. There's two of those in there.
And Ms. Serkan.
Unfortunately, they're only in the total once. So we're not making any headway there.
Yeah, and yes, Rhonda's correct. I double checked the numbers too, and it still is in line with what it should be.
I might have one question, and maybe it's all actually for Councillor Graham because it's her area as well. That one bridge that is double mentioned, just on the outskirts of Leslieville there. I just trying to sense the community's value of that bridge, and if it's worth it to the community to invest $1.25 million on an alternate route from one point of town to the Ball Diamonds, kind of. So just I don't know if you have any feedback on that at all.
I have not received any feedback on that, so I don't have any input. I would assume that definitely people would think that it would be beneficial. Obviously, people use it when we maintain the road and everything, so I would personally think it would be beneficial.
Sure, absolutely, and I would certainly echo my comments
Yeah.
around that, as that being a useful bridge to that community. It was always frustrating when in the fire services, we knew we had to avoid that bridge and had to drive all the way around to get from one side of the world to the other, but ultimately I can see a benefit to the community to having a fully accessible bridge.
And, you know, we're open to that discussion always, but it goes back to yours, Reeve Lougheed, is the emergency services part of it, you know, and providing that efficiency of getting where you need to, you know, rather than taking the longer round, so. Oh, all right, so if we're done with the bridges, if there are no further comments or questions concerning that, I will move forward with the solid waste.
Page 53.
So the first item is landfill assets. Okay. Moving on to there, recycle assets.
Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you. I'm guessing this is to do with our Clean Farm initiative that we are a part of. We already have those silos for this, yes, or is this looking towards what Councillor Swanson discussed yesterday with regards to those like recycle, reuse, put your bike here, you can come grab the next bike?
No, it's, that's, Councillor Swanson was referring to the reuse center, right? And this here is, again, to meet Alberta Environment Partners regulatory standards in terms of just having a site to adequately contain pesticide containers. So the storage facilities we currently have for them do not meet that. So we need to bring in those structures that could adequately store those pesticide containers and at the same time meet Alberta Environment Parks requirements.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes, please.
And I don't know if this is the place for this question or not, but I know that with our Clean Farms Initiative, we don't just do the pesticide stuff, we try to do multiple other recycling things. This is just for the pesticide, or do we have a different location to store those, the other recyclables associated with that program, or?
I believe this will also take care of that as well. Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Swanson.
So this particular container, this stores filled pesticide, or this is for the recyclables, so these would be empty, correct?
Empty, correct.
Now, is there, do the fertilizer and the pesticides containers have to be separated at that point, or can they be put together?
You know, I'm not entirely sure on that, Councillor Swanson. I'd have to follow that.
Mr. Martinson.
Matt, go ahead, Matt.
So fertilizer containers aren't held to the same standard for recycling as pesticides are. So for these facilities, the requirements are that all jugs have to be triple rinsed. The Waste Authority staff do a pretty good job about not taking full jugs, which would be handled under a different process, not Clean Farms, but hazardous waste roundups. We, through our office as a retailer, we accept old, unused, unknown pesticides then that go through the hazardous waste stream, which are generally once every 3 years throughout the province, south, central, and north. But if an attendant does receive a half jug or a jug that doesn't appear to be triple rinsed, they get a hold of us because they're not trained to handle pesticides. They're only trained to handle the triple rinse jugs. So we'll come and deal with that and we'll store it until the next hazardous waste roundup if we have to. And we work very closely with the Waste Authority on trying to help them know about inventories of jugs coming in, you know, because we sell them and things of that nature. And as Mr. Magnus pointed out, that the Alberta Environmental Parks rules have changed, but also I believe there's some occupational health and safety issues around the ventilation in our current structures. So I think there's sort of multiple reasons, talking with the solid waste folks. They've been researching this for a while. It's maybe something we should have done a while ago, but every county does something a little different, and they've been sort of trying to find maybe what the best option for us is. So in my discussions with them, they found that, and this is what's proposed to you now.
Thank you very much, Matt. Next one, transfer station assets.
Councillor Graham.
For this one, it says, you know, that it's the site upgrades. Can you go a little more into detail of, like, is it the push bins that are being upgraded, or what it's for, and if it's,
Yeah,
I don't think it's for all the sites judging by the price,
Yeah,
but-
it's any number of things. There'll be some upgrades to the push pits, again, to keep them safe, right? Keeping in mind that if council so chooses to move forward with the solid waste and recycling management plan study, which is also outlined here, is of course that will provide us in-depth analysis of what's required to run solid waste and recycling in a very efficient and economical manner. But for now, this here is to keep the status quo in regards to keeping the sites safe, right? So any additional work that needs to be done on some of these push pits, site access, the bunkers themselves, like as an indicator, collection bins and so on. It's any additional structures that would need to be implemented to allow us to continue to operate each of these transfer stations and currently in an efficient manner. That's our intent.
Okay. How, I just don't understand the reason, how come that's not under operational budget then?
I might just turn that over to my counterpart, Director Hagan, there's a certain value associated with
Oh, okay.
any type of capital items that may have to go in there, and so we
That's
try to abide by
a good
that.
enough explanation for me. Thank you.
And if I can just touch on it again, as we discussed yesterday, it's looking at the nature of the expenditure. So if we're creating something new or extending the life or useful capacity of an existing capital asset, then that expenditure would be capital. If we're just simply maintaining it and making sure we get the useful life out of it, that's what typically goes through operations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next one, solid waste administrative assets, and again, that is the study itself.
When does that particular study start?
Once this budget has been approved and thereafter followed by the approval of the minutes, as soon as that happens, we're on the phone, say, let's start.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. This study, is this for final solution to our solid waste?
Yes, if
From
you could put it
from
that way.
temporary to final? Okay, thank you.
And Councillor Graham.
Is this a study that we could do in-house or we could do with just consultations with the public on their experiences and stuff to kind of alleviate this cost? Or is this 100% necessary to do, in your opinion?
That is entirely up to you. It is very extensive, as I said, no stone unturned in regards to this. It will involve public consultation as well as consultation with yourselves here. It's very in-depth and thorough from looking at whether we go and contract out certain aspects of the solid waste, from routing to going back to collections, do we want to do that? The sites themselves, location of the sites, the efficiency and usage of any vehicles, equipment, and so on, personnel. It is very thorough, beyond the scope of what we would be able to do in-house.
Okay.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Will there be a public consultation component of that study?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Okay. And that is it for me.
Okay, might be a very appropriate spot to take a 15-minute break. So if we can meet back at 10:35. Well, welcome back, everyone, after our recess. And we will continue on with the festivities of the day.
Perfect. So yeah, that basically concluded Public Works Operations draft capital presentation. I will start walking through the balance of the Public Works infrastructure, beginning with Leslieville Fire Training Center. They're again very similar to same presentation we had back at the strategic planning session a few weeks ago. Of course, phase one was the fire training tower that we constructed here in 2021. Next year, the plan is to create some fire training pads, combination of gravel, concrete pads for additional fire training, as well as a 6-inch force main or pressured line that's gonna be fed from the fire pond with 3 hydrants. As well as there's a gravel road that's roughed in there currently to access all these training points, and that would be finished. So that's, the funding's been outlined there. There is some residual dollars left over from 2021, so that restricted surplus is actually a work in progress. And I'm not sure, of course, I'm kind of a little bit speaking out of turn here in regards to the funding model when it came to deployment revenue as used for part of the 2021 budget. And I believe there may be some available for the 2022 budget, which would decrease the requirement for the tax revenue, but maybe I see Mrs. Saran has her light on. Would like to
We have
speak.
lots of lights, and I'm just trying to determine who to go to first. Let's go to Ms. Sirhan.
Okay, so the funding model on the job summary is not correct. There was a change, so there's an additional planned deployment revenue added of 300,000. So 400,000 of that 680,000 will be funded through restricted surplus through that deployment revenue. And so that leaves 280,000 funded by tax revenue.
And Councillor Graham, and then I'll go to Councillor Melhoff.
If we are diving into this due to the gravel pads, I'm gonna have to declare pecuniary interest and recuse myself.
All right, I'll defer to your judgment. CAO Reid.
Well, just for clarity, when councillors are declaring their pecuniary interest today, as it may go on, it would, just to make the public aware that what is occurring is the councillor will be going to another room and they will be watching the live stream as any member of the public is, because councillors, of course, are entitled, or their job description requires them to have the information. What we are avoiding is any either real or perceived perception, real or perceived, that there is some influence or change to a line item that might benefit that councillor directly. And so in this case, Councillor Graham feels that with her connection to gravel, there's a chance that either she could or would be perceived as influencing this budget line item. So she will leave the room so that you will not be influenced by her, by a wink or a nod or any other method, but she will get all of the information. So I just want to make that clear. So anytime members of the public see a councillor recuse themselves, they will be getting the information. They'll just be in a room where they can't influence the rest of council. Are there any questions about that?
And absolutely, thank you very much for that explanation. I think that's very appropriate and hopefully a great educational process, not only for ourselves, but the public as well when we have our proceedings live streamed. It's nice if those questions can be answered. So giving just a few moments for that to take place, then I will go to Councillor Melhoff's question. And I'm seeing it's an appropriate time to go ahead with your question.
Good to go? Perfect, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. That was one of my questions. It's as it always ends up being one of my questions is that specifically, so thank you for clearing that up right away. And I don't know if this is a question that I'm even allowed to have the answer to, but do we have any indication of where the fire training center's plans are? Like, are they going to bring over the rail cars that are currently at one of our gravel pits? Are they going to be putting some of the equipment they already have out at this facility? Do we have any plans for that, or is that's an operational item that I shouldn't be asking today?
It's a great question to ask, and there is the guy here that could possibly answer that, so. Yeah, we'll get, as with many of my projects, they're working in partnership with other departments in the organization, and our subject matter experts there are much better situated to speak to those, so.
So Deputy Chief St. Peters, please.
Thank you for that question. So as this is a multi-phase project, absolutely. So before the inception and before we were able to put together the plan for the current training facility, we did obtain these rail cars that are at the Larsgard pit, and we utilized them there. So the intention would be over time is to do that. It's not in this current next phase of that timing. So this phase is more for gravel pads and concrete pads, which are more in line with our current baseline firefighting standard of auto extrication for hazmat training for diking and damming and those types of practices. But future phases and future parts are along the south side and so on, is to create more rail car infrastructure there with putting rail ties down, move the rail cars over. So that's not part of this phase at this time, but it is a long-term plan for us.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Supplemental.
How does your future plans impact the green zone that's been established or hoping to be established as part of that facility and in partnership with hopefully a green area or a park or a playground or something? How does that impact that potential plan?
So through the engineering and so on, we're definitely aware of where the school is being built and to have those setbacks from that and to not encroach on those areas. It is basically to keep it well away from those areas and try to develop a berm, even potentially to create some visual sight lines blocking some of the training stuff.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Unfortunately, the quantity and color of my hair is an indication of the quality of my memory. What's the projected ultimate cost for this training center?
So for the dollars that have been outlined for the next phase, have been outlined and here in the 2022 budget, it's $680,000. I don't believe we have the 2021 available. I believe, top of my head, $770,000. And that's the best estimate I have for the work that was done for the civil engineering as well as the construction and assembly of the tower itself, all here in 2021, and then the $680,000 for 2022. Any future phases haven't been priced as yet, so whatever, once, this is the next step of the next phase in this project, phase 3 were to come along, it would be through consultation with emergency services. They provide the work plan, I would provide the estimate and present that to council at a future budget meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on. Nordic Public Services Building, there again, we've discussed this at the last strategic planning session. This is for the front parking lot paving of that facility, combined with the additional paving that we have planned for Nordic later this year, well, later next year. One of the things I actually did want to speak to a little bit about, pricing when it came down to vehicles, if there was, when we're creating budgets, these budgets are based on the best estimates with the information available, given all things being equal.
Yes, and maybe we can take a few seconds, I think
Yeah,
we're
you bet.
beyond
No, that's good.
anything that would be, and then we'll allow Councillor Graham to return.
That's good. Sorry. I'll just start that again for the benefit of Councillor Graham. In regards to how we establish budgets, estimates, these are really estimates there for projected costs. A lot of these are contracted projects. Some are done with our day labor forces. But they're based on our best given estimates of, current pricing there and of course projected for next. Just because it's, as long as it meets budget, it's basically deemed approved. But certainly if it exceeds budget, that project would come automatically back to council. And then council would have that decision to make, whether to move forward with that project by, revising budget or maybe the reason being that availability of this particular part or item is not feasible for this year, maybe that would be deferred. So there are future opportunities for, if there was something along the lines that a pricing and for a contracted services item that went completely haywire there next year, that it would be revisited. So there again, we budget for best, basically the best case scenario known on consistency and accuracy of all the information we have today. And, but if something were to change next year, then that could be revisited again. So yeah, back to the Nordic Public Services Building, that I was trying to kind of encapsulate. One of the biggest issues is asphalt oil when it comes to paving. And if there was a huge increase in asphalt oil pricing, we pushed all the budgets out beyond what they are currently, then we could possibly revisit and say it might be an idea to defer that. And that has happened historically, going back to about as far as 2007. So, but that is what this project is the front parking lot paving of Nordic.
And Councillor Cermak.
Just to get an idea on these paving projects, because there's quite a few numbers coming, what dollar value have you put to the oil price to include in here? $70 a barrel or 80 or?
Yeah, I believe it's about 70, low 70s per ton for asphalt oil. And that is usually the biggest cost.
Okay, so that's what these are all based on.
Yeah, it would be, of course, there's other additional components, but that is basically what it is, not to tip the hand to any potential tendering contractors or anything like that, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, we look at what our unit price averages for the province are and provide, a little bit of a buffer. We have a contingency amount that we usually incorporate with, and we've had good success historically. But it's kind of a wait and see. There again, as soon as January 1st comes around, that's when the work starts and we start getting those tenders out, getting them ready, anything that's approved, and try to get our tenders out as early as possible. And because a late tender usually increases our prices.
Thank you.
You bet. Condor Public Services Building, this is only the preparatory work in 2022 in getting ready for. There again, there's some larger paving projects that have been anticipated in the area in 2023. So this would be the final survey design for that, as well as I believe that includes the access road going down into that, no, sorry, this is Condor Public Services Building. Next one is Leslieville. So yeah, this is for the front parking lot of the Condor Public Services Building. Preliminary work in 2022, preliminary design, detailed design, and the paving would follow in 2023.
And I would just like to make a comment that I think it very useful to be able to combine these projects when we have paving type operations and projects going on in the area. I think that consideration is very positive for efficiency and ultimately lower cost for our residents. Oh, Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you. Does doing the preliminary work on some of these projects now lock us into doing the work the next year?
Typically, no.
No?
No, not, the only time that would ever lock us in is actually we tendered in 2022 for the work into 2023. We have done that historically. In discussions with some of the contractors this year is actually probably a good thing we didn't, because there's actually a little bit of a spike in asphalt oil right now. Some of our larger paving programs, we have tendered the year prior, which would actually give council a firm number for going into budget, but that would also be deemed as approved because that would come as an agenda item. Basically, for that preliminary engineering, if the decision was made, that could be carried forward so that project wouldn't have to go in 2023.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving ahead to the Leslieville Salt Storage Facility, we did have some conversation in this regard in the past. Operations have identified a operations deficit in that east part of the county there when it comes to the additional road surfacing in the future. Next year will be an exploratory process there, getting permits in place. Alberta Environment needs to be involved there. We have to have a salt management plan there and the type of containment we're going to use. Final location has not been confirmed yet. There's a couple options that we have out in that Lesserville area. And then, of course, we'd be able to finalize and tighten up that number for 2023 as well.
And I might just make a comment here as well too right now. I think it's important to have some area structure planning when we start to consider where we place facilities next to our growth hamlets. I think that's one of those instances where our planning work can yield better results into the future if we've put some of the homework in place to do that as well. And I think it helps with the process when you select a site and then look at the other uses around that community for land. And just one question, that the existing public works site that's related to not the newest public works building there, but the older public works building there, does that have a particular zoning? And this may be a question that would go somewhere else. I'm just trying to understand if it is. I know it's a lot of residential property right next to it. I just wonder if it's an appropriate spot for a salt storage facility, but just wondering.
It's a great, you make a couple of great points there, Reeve, because, and this is the time, Jose and his team will be coming up here shortly there to discuss, their plans for 2022, and if there's area structure plan would help better define these types of developments, that's, these types of residual projects or other projects there could be deferred in order to give time for that to happen, or it could be done in conjunction, depending on the complexity. I don't want to misquote the zoning for that public works area. I'm pretty sure it's public or institutional, so that we have the ability to develop it. Should it be developed? Could it be a better use of something else? Maybe an area structure plan would better flesh that out. Is there a better use of that space? Should we look at something else for more of a public works application? There's a couple of different ways, and an area structure plan would definitely help define, relook at all the zoning in the Condor and Lesserville region to help define the types of development that we want to see instead of that sprawl that we can see over time by just doing a little bit over here and a little bit over there. So.
Thank you very much for that, and I'll go to Councillor Swanson, but I will say that my area structure plan soapbox is close by, so I will do that. Councillor Swanson.
When I read over this last night, my mind went to our conversation yesterday about that, the salt and the beet liquid conversation. And I know Mr. Magnus had said that they were gonna take a year to determine the effectiveness of everything else. And then I was wondering, maybe we postpone this a year in order to find out if we need to have, instead of salt sand storage there, have maybe this liquid be stored there, and in exchange. I didn't know that. And I guess my second question is one of our snow plow trucks already located there in the wintertime, or does it come from here to go load up? And then is that the way the operationally it'll be done?
So in regards to the plow trucks, all our plow trucks right now are based out of the facility that Eric's located in. They're kept there. We have no large units sitting in the former Lesserville Fire Hall. Any additional large units that require storage are kept in the Lesserville storage building, and that would be, I believe, 1 or 2 units associated with waste are kept there. And in regards to the liquid portion of our snow and ice removal, in regards to its application with the salt sand, we have the tank facility currently located at our south facility, salt sand storage facility. So we do have the necessary equipment, storage, tanks, etc., located at that site.
Okay, Councillor Melham.
Sorry, thank you, Reeve. Would this be linked to the paving projects going on the east side, or is this already a deficit we're seeing operationally? Like, are we already missing on the salt things, or is this linked to the future paving projects that are planned?
Sorry, I believe Kurt is in regards to your operations for the salt storage in that east country. I believe it's particularly associated with the improvement of the Leslieville East Road. If that were to be removed, that would definitely have a part of the equation for the need for a salt storage facility in that area.
Okay, so it
Exactly.
is potentially linked to
Yes.
some of these future paving projects on the east
Yes,
side?
correct.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect, thank you.
Sorry for the. No, not at all, at all. It's all good.
I'm learning all the time. This is great.
So, moving on?
Yes.
Perfect. Leslieville Public Services Building, so, as a quick recap, of course, we finished that great facility out there in Leslieville. Are very proud of that build. This is, again, paving in the front parking lot. There again, combined in 2023, so multiple paving projects, Condor, Leslieville. And so trying to look after all these projects at once there so we can capitalize on those cost savings. This also includes the paving going down there, again, that 400-meter access road into that future recreation area, which I'm sure is going to be a topic of conversation over the course of the year. There again, there is no commitment when it comes to the work that's done in 2022. This is anticipating that work in 2023. And it is prudent to plan, and this has only become more and more relevant and prudent, I guess, to plan out farther ahead, have that preliminary engineering done the years prior so we can be shovel-ready in order to get these projects off the ground, because with all the stakeholders and the regulatory requirements there to get these larger, more complex projects off the ground, there's multi-years of planning in order to get them off. So that's why you're seeing a lot of these multi-year projects. So. That's for public services. So now we're getting into some of the placeholder projects there, the next couple, I believe. So we have not talked about this before. This will be fairly new to this council, is in regards to the Ag Rec Facility Phase 1 and 2. This goes back to a historic needs assessment that was done through Ag Services, had an engineering consultant do this needs assessment. There's been multiple different ways and options considered. I know Ag Services has been looking at a more timely, I guess, solution in this regard for an ag recreation facility. This project has been identified in 2024 and in 2028, and it was based on the build that was outlined in the needs assessment. CAO Reed can speak to or actually Matt's right here. I'll maybe get him to speak to that project in regards to where it is currently.
Mr. Martinson.
Yeah, thank you, Director Hansen. I touched a little bit on it yesterday during the operational meeting. And so we are in the middle of the process of doing some business planning for that project and specifically for a specific facility. And so we hope that we can get that information in front of council this year. We hope to have that information a lot sooner, but COVID sort of ground a lot of recreation facilities to a halt, and we're consulting. A part of our process is to consult other facilities to better understand what the average costs of operating certain services and amenities are. And so with sort of how scattered COVID has left the recreation industry, we're hoping sort of in the new year, as buildings open back up and staffing levels regain, that we'll be able to finish up that project and present to council.
And I'm going to go to Councillor Graham first.
I just wanted to mention how excited I am to see this in here. I think this would be so wonderful for our community, and that's not budget related, but it's really exciting, and I have had residents question me about the potential of this, so very happy to see that.
And Councillor Melhoff.
I have quite an extensive list of questions with regards to this, and I think that I would then ask that when we do, that I would reserve then my right to ask all my questions when we do that review that you're mentioning, so that I don't take up too much time of it today with it being not part of the needed for approval. So I will reserve all of my questions for that, and I'm super excited about it as well.
So I'll probably make a comment here as well too, like, it's very often I do hear that enthusiasm within the community for a type of project as we're kind of was defined in the previous needs assessment of a number of years back. Yeah, ultimately I look forward to defining that more again in a current way, and then look at the options that council can do to create and channel that enthusiasm into something that the community can use. So I'm great to hear this on the short order work plan. So thank you. Okay. Oh, sorry, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Actually, I should have asked, thank you. I should have asked that question back in the paving. I'm just looking at the 10-year capital plan. As part of the approval for a gravel pit west of town, the agreement was that the pavement would be extended on 39-3, like Old Highway 11A, further west to, I think partly dust mitigation for traffic from the gravel pit. And that it was to be cost shared. And I don't see a placeholder in here for that in the 10-year plan. So I just want to be sure that that's not overlooked. And preferably, because these projects take some time, this work could be done before, you know, the gravel pit traffic actually started on that road.
So there again, it's a little bit outside of my department. I'm gonna give my best recollection there, and then Jose can correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I would defer that question for him. If it was a capital component to it, yes. But I do not believe the paving was actually a requirement of the development permit. I believe it was actually a voluntary, solution that the developer had put forward as a long-term dust mitigation strategy for that. So maybe Jose can come speak to, I do not believe that it was a requirement for the development permit that the developer had to pave it. It was going to be at their request, and they did, it was mentioning of a cost share, but I've never received that official request.
Mr.
Good morning,
Reyes.
Council. Yeah, good morning. Yeah, you're totally correct, Director Hansen. It was proposition from the developer to conduct that. It was never a cost-sharing agreement for the particular project.
So further to that, I can offer up, our policy allows for a developer to come to Clearwater County, and it's in there that, you know, Clearwater County will consider paving additional roads. It's actually, I think it's the first bullet in that policy, that on a cost share basis with industry, you know, the inclusion of grants, et cetera. So if the developer actually provided us an official proposal, that would come straight to council for their approval and consideration. We have yet to receive that. There was discussions in that regard historically, but that request has not come yet.
And if I could further to that, we are going to be doing a development permit application for the gravel pit early in the year, in the new year. So we will consider all those factors when we review that application.
Okay. Will the landowners on that route have an opportunity for any input?
They absolutely, they have been invited to an open house, and they will be circulated with a proposal, and they will have an opportunity to provide comments.
Excellent. Thank you both.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. If I may, more just a comment, I believe this is the one that Holly has sent us the information on. And that was the gravel pit that was approved in 1995 originally. So us being able to change some of the development permit parameters post public consultation and all of that, I'm happy that we are gonna have the ability to actually do that then, because it's such a permit from so long ago. That's great. And it is the one that Holly has sent us,
That's
yes?
correct, that's the one.
Okay, making sure that I'm on the right track.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. The gravel pit approval that I'm referring to was just through in the last council.
Yes, that's correct. It was only for the access point. Now they're looking at doing some underground, under the water table digging, wet extraction. So they're amending their application to go underground.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Serhan.
So I'll just keep with the staying with the 2022 budget considerations. So the next page is 65.
Do we want to jump over those other future placeholders, or do you want to?
Okay.
I'll be really quick. Do we, you mind touching on them? Like, this is the first time council's ever seen those, and so.
So Councillor Mel.
If he's gonna touch on them, I'll ask them as we go then, because if we were gonna skip over them, I'd ask a couple, but if he's gonna touch on them, I'll wait.
Yeah, no, if you wouldn't mind, I really would, I say it's be at least the first time that council's got to see a lot of these, future placeholders there. I'd say I will be brief because they don't pertain exactly to 2022, so I'll try not to digress, which I already have. The Caroline Commercial Lot Development, there again, placeholder, as most councilors must be aware that we have that industrial subdivision down there in Caroline. There's a commercial component there, a highway commercial component directly adjacent to the provincial highway there. We keep bumping this item down the timeline so that there isn't investment there until we actually have a plan through additional discussions with council. When it becomes a strategic planning priority, then we can really look at saying, we'd update the costing, get it into a realistic timeline. That's why it's identified in the 10-year, just so we don't lose track of it. But it does kind of get sequentially pushed down until it becomes a priority for council. Okay. Really large item in 2028. I have provided a brief overview back in June of 2018. We presented council with a facility needs assessment. This is all in regards to the county facilities located in Rocky Mountain House. It was a priority that's been identified historically, is that with we're really spread out amongst different buildings, and we've done a great job to maintain the facilities that we have here, but there is efficiencies lost being spread out. So this was a consolidation plan that was set out back in 2015, 2016, was started much prior to that, actually, before we ever bought the emergency services building. That was an interim solution at the time, just to facilitate our growth needs of this organization. So throughout the course of 2015 through 17, we purchased that quarter section up in the, close to the airport, with the idea of building a facility that was going to facilitate all of the county operations. Subsequently, in 2018, that item is important for that council, that they recognized the need for consolidating this organization, and they wanted it to remain in the 10-year plan, so we put it at 2028. That hasn't moved from there. We haven't had any additional strategic planning around that, what that facility would look like or what that's going to do. So I leave it. It kind of goes with some of the other things that we've talked about here today. If you could pick your top 3 items that you want to go into strategic planning for in the new year, as you're going through, whether it be paving, whether it be facilities, whether it be Nordig, start developing that list in your mind, saying, I'd want to flesh these out more to get a better understanding and develop a better plan for the upcoming budget seasons. So if this is one of the items that's on, you want to get into strategic planning, session, that's what I would recommend. But this is, there again, just a placeholder in 2028 for a consolidated new administration building for this organization.
Councillor Melham.
Thank you. And I'm going to be looking to CAO Reid to tell me if this question is appropriate for this or a different place. With the changes in billing for our utilities coming forward from the town with us being located in the town and the changes in billing that are going to be associated with that, will this potentially look at maybe moving this forward due to the increased costs of being housed within the town?
Go ahead, please.
I can definitely speak to that, and I will give you, we're playing tennis right now.
I'm
about to
trying.
hit it back to you. This is council's priority setting. If you decide that you want this to move up or back or disappear altogether, that would be this council's decision. And remember, in possibly a month or two, you will be sitting down, standing up, getting a retreat of some form that is a facilitated event for you to connect the dreams that you got elected on, that you heard from residents, and that you bring to the table with our future plans. This is why Ms. Serhan and the rest of us are so focused on 2022. We need to run our business, and we're going to keep doing that, regardless of who is council across from us. But the priority setting, that's on you. The strategic priorities is on you. So you're right, there may be some cost savings for us currently in the way we are, and cost savings for us if we were to go to a new plan. We can bring that to you if you should decide that this is a priority. So right back at you is my answer there.
I will reserve the rest of my questions for a strategic planning meeting. Thank you.
And Ms. Serhan.
Alana, can I have you bring up the PDF document that's titled Annual Transfers to Restricted Surplus, please? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we put it in there yesterday. I don't see it in there. It's a PDF. I'll send you the link.
I just might make a comment of CEO Reid's suit. I'm very impressed with his festive spirit here, but I'm finding it somewhat distracting. I'm kind of a World War II buff, and you may or may not know that they painted warships with kind of oddball stripes and patterns and stuff like that, and it was partly to divert the enemy from knowing which direction they were going, and I'm just kind of that thought passes my mind once in a while, and although I don't see through my periscope, I see no enemy here, so I just want to make that clear.
That's where I was going to go. The whole idea is that you would not be able to find me, but I don't think it's working.
Just thought this would be a good place to, this would be a good place just to talk about the transfers that go to restricted surplus annually to smooth out those larger projects. The facilities transfer for the administration building is just one of a few that that is noted annually. So here are some of the annual transfers that were identified by previous councils. West Country Roads Infrastructure has an annual contribution to restricted surplus of $300,000. Commercial and industrial land development was having an annual contribution of $1 million. I believe 2023 was the last time that would be identified. Gravel reclamation, $200,000, and we changed that to whatever expenses we incur in that year, we take out of that gravel reclamation, and then 200,000 goes into, or anything that above the expenses that are incurred above the cost of the inventory used in that year goes into that gravel reclamation. Both those are budgeted at 200,000. Leslieville Sewer budgeted for the amount of operational revenue above operational expenses. So that doesn't take into account any capital expenditures for that sewer.
And I might just stop you there.
Yeah.
Since that is kind of an unusual number, I just kind of wonder some of the basis of that. And I know that, of course, that operation of that is working towards cost recovery, the concept of cost recovery around there. I'm just wondering why this one is still
Because
in the
we
book.
actually, this is the only one that we receive revenues above what it costs us.
Okay, thank you for
So
that.
then we
Thank you
put
for
that into a reserve to fund future capital. Facility rental income goes into the facility reserved, and it budgeted for 200,000, but we put what we actually earn in that year. And here's the 1.5 million that's going into the facility construction reserve to fund that administration building in 2028. So in 2018, that was started so that by 2028, there would be $15 million in that restricted surplus fund to help cover the cost of constructing that. And then the other ones that are identified annually is capital equipment purchase, contribution for 150,000, fire facilities, 150,000 annually, fire apparatus, $700,000 annually, fire vehicle replacement, 70,000, and the air photo, 76,000. When the GIS and information technology team decide on a appropriate project to go forward with air photos, that one will be adjusted to mirror what we're actually doing. That was put in place when we were doing flyovers, and that amount would go in for the 2 years that we weren't doing the purchasing of the air photos, and then the third year, 76,000 would come from tax revenue, so that every year, 76,000 was being funded through tax revenue for air photos that were done once every 3 years.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. Just because we were just talking about an ag rec facility, and that isn't listed as an annual transfer here. So these are the ones that are like, we're putting, if we have the money to do it, it's going in there. That doesn't
Right.
mean there isn't other line items where we may be putting things into restricted surplus. This is just for sure, if we got it, we're doing it.
That's right. These are the ones that have been identified, happen year over year. The sheet that I give you that's kind of color coordinated by restricted surplus, those are the ones that have been identified for 2021 and 2022. So there's quite a significant number above the annual ones. And it doesn't mean you can't change them. It just means that these are the ones that were identified previously, and it's council's discretion.
Perfect, thank you.
And I guess I might just ask if my assumption is correct on that ag rec facility reserve. I believe council of the time capped it at $4 million, and I just wanted to confirm that was still part of the plan, because I believe it's very close to that. It's an amount that's very close to that amount.
So it's at 3,717,000, and no additional transfers have been identified to go in there. I believe there's been a couple studies that have come out of there, so that would be why it's lower than 4 million, but.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, Councillor Melhoff.
Sorry, thank you. obviously the line items that we have identified here are significantly more than a $4 million projected. Now, does that go back into our strategic planning and priority setting? And if this becomes more of a priority, we'll look at funding that differently over the several years?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm just gonna leave now.
No, this is great. I think it's probably one of the most thorough understandings for a new council to have. And I think this document's actually really given us an opportunity to really lay that out clearly, and it'll give you a really good advantage for the next term. So that's great. Moving on to 1900, I believe. There we go. So road construction admin, this includes 4 of the Public Works infrastructure staff, our construction supervisor, 2 foremans, as well as the land industry coordinator. It's the salary component for those positions, funded through tax revenue.
Councillor Swanson.
I'm just curious as to, and the question popped up in my mind and then it was relayed, but just maybe as an iteration of why we are putting salaries in a capital budget. If I could get that explanation again.
When something is capitalized, it's the total cost of that asset amortized over a period of its useful life. So in the case of a road being constructed, we would have a 40-year lifespan. So the salaries that are solely used to construct roads or construct assets, the infrastructure department really doesn't contribute to the operations. Their sole jobs are to construct assets. We capitalize that within the total cost of that, those assets. So they're spread out over whatever assets are being constructed in that year.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Is this one position or 3?
4.
4. Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Lloyd. Further to this discussion, I would just add that it's not so much the nature of the expenses, but really what the costs are attributable to, as Ms. Cernan said. We want to capture all those costs that go into creating the asset and getting it ready for use. Alternatively, if we didn't have these skilled people on staff, we'd be contracting out these services and again, capitalizing them. We find it more cost effective and efficient to have these folks on staff here.
Okay. Moving on to resource roads. There again, no costs identified in 2022. I did want to bring it to council's attention that the previous council did approve the preliminary engineering design for the Ochise Road. Everything right up to basically tender ready for that project. There has not been a viable partnership that's presented itself to date. So therefore, we have moved that project down the timeline so that no additional expenses would be associated in 2022. If something new were to arise in 2022, it became a higher priority, or early in 2022, it's something that could possibly be done. Time is of the essence specifically on a project that large. That's why the nice part about being tender ready, so that preliminary engineering was done. But then the amount of work required there would still require an entire construction season for a contractor. So the likelihood that it would be the earliest that could possibly happen now in the absence of a partnership, in order to actually have something solidified for that size of partnership, be highly unlikely for 2022. Optimistic 2023.
And I will go to reindeer 1.
Thank you. When we were doing our strategic planning, you discussed that this road in particular is now getting to the point where it is costing us more to continue the upkeep of it than may be more beneficial to do this piece of it because of how much it's costing us to to maintain. Is that accurate, or did I misunderstand that?
No, it is accurate. When we're seeing the traffic volumes on this, on a gravel road at this, you know, we're seeing upwards of 400, sometimes 500 vehicles a day on a gravel road, the maintenance costs become equitable to having a paved road. But the reality is that is a $17 million project or $18 million project. So previous councils really held the line that, yes, it is a priority. That's why we have our funding willing, ready to go, looking for a willing partner to come, because we know that this road accesses, you know, another important part of our community, and there should be, you know, our councils feel that there should be a contribution from either the provincial, federal, or a private partnership. So it is a high priority for us, but we'd like to see a partner.
And supplemental, and I know Mr. Magnus's light is on as well.
So where in the, let's say we don't find a partner for this. I hope that we do, and I know that staff is working diligently to do so. At which point would we have to say, I don't want to use the word bite the bullet, but I can't think of a better term for that, in order to make sure that we are being the best towards our own ratepayers with the amount that is costing us to continually maintain that road?
It's not an administrative decision in that regard. Paving a road is a council decision. We've identified the cost-benefit analysis, even though, you know, the reality is that it is costing us more or equivalent to. It really is a council decision as to when we finally actually pull the trigger, in essence, to do the extensive work on that road. So it hasn't. It's not an administrative function there. We've identified all the facts in regards to the road, and it really comes down to a council decision.
Is there a point at which we would meet cost recovery versus how much it's costing us to, the over and above what it would normally cost us to run that road?
Wow.
Or is that way?
I think that it's getting a little bit deep into where we were gonna go here today, the analytics, because we do know that you know, the threshold basically is 350, 400 from a general rule of thumb, is where you're going to start having an equal cost for a gravel road maintenance versus a surface road maintenance. So we're at that, we've exceeded that. We know that it's a high priority. So there again, I'm really gonna throw that ball back right at council and say, you know what, we all understand that it's a high priority. There's some other factors at play.
Thank you.
So I'll just make a quick comment before I go to Mr. Magnus and then to Ms. Serhan. Ultimately, it's very useful for us in our lobbying efforts to other levels of government and other potential partners in this, that we have that RFP-ready engineering work there. I think that was a great step forward, and thank you for that work to do that, and it will definitely assist us as we lobby those other partners in this project as well. And I'll go to Mr. Magnus.
It's further to Eric's comments as well, and as council is well aware, each of us as departments work very close with one another, and particularly myself and Eric in regards to projects that are placeholders such as this. And I just need, again, to bring to council's attention and what we did, keeping this potential project in mind, is again, if it goes to being paved, we have put in our budget to account for this, and so there'll be an additional plow truck that will need to be purchased at that time too, because the length of this road structure in and of itself pretty well dictates having an additional plow truck as well.
And Ms. Serhan.
Just from a strictly finance perspective, and I don't want to take away from council's decision-making, the cost analysis is just based solely on operating. So operating, does it cost more to maintain this road as a gravel road, or does it cost more to maintain it as a paved road, is one analysis, but does it make sense to spend $17 million on a road just to save a few $1,000s in operating from a finance perspective? But there's other reasons, of course, you pave a road.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve. Not to delay the discussion any further, but I think this is a great time as well, just to identify for council's consideration, the interrelationship between operating and capital. Because we've got it in two separate books, but these things do relate to each other. So Mr. Magnus made an excellent point, is council can consider and prioritize capital projects, but that doesn't mean they stand in isolation. At some point in time, there likely will be an operational impact to that, and we need to consider that big picture. And I think that's one of the advantages that we have in terms of the way we work together, is we keep that communication open so that we make sure that, you know, the left hand isn't doing something that is going to affect the right hand we don't know about. So we try and get that complete picture together as well.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Gravel road rehabilitation. So this is we had some extensive conversations there just during the last strategic planning session in regards to, you know.
Mr. Cermak, sorry, Mr. Cermak.
I would like to recuse myself because I think it gets into where I could have some.
All right, well, I appreciate that, and I'll allow for a moment or two for you to be able to view it in an ulterior site, and I'll go to Councillor Graham as well.
I would also like to recuse myself for this one and for the same reason.
All right, well, we can certainly allow that, thank you. Anybody know a good joke? No. All right, I think, out of the side of my eye, I think we're probably at an appropriate time to continue onward.
Perfect. So, as identified previously, this is an annual investment into our gravel road inventory. We've provided a list of the potential road projects there that we've outlined for as priorities for our 2022 season. Some are carry forwards from 2021. The nice part about this program, it utilizes our day labor, our very talented individuals that work and live in this community that provide us these services. We recently just revisited the hiring of equipment policy, trying to get that to a more updated standard there, and discussions about recent rate schedules, et cetera. So we're in a really good position there going into 2022 with a modernized approach and a fresh perspective, I guess, going into that day labor program. Approximately $5 million annual investment, as you can see, as it goes down through the timeline. It kind of seems perpetual, but there's nothing more than there's no larger asset that we have than our gravel road inventory, and the requirement to invest in that inventory. So the last benefit I'm going to speak to, of course, is in the event of a natural disaster, would be flooding that happens, you know, sequentially every couple of years. The ability that we can basically, there's no contractual obligation to move forward with these projects. We can reallocate those resources to go assist with any flood repairs that are required in other more isolated usually parts of the county, and then resume that program as the schedule permits. That's contrary to what a contracted service would provide. If you contract a project out, you don't have that ability to just do that without being basically in non-compliance to your contract. So it's been a great program. We've had some wonderful success with the local contractors utilizing. That's the item just previous there was our construction supervisor, as well as our 2 construction foremans. We bring on seasonal staff annually there, so it's a great opportunity for high school, university, college students there to come and get some part-time work with the county. So that's basically summarizes the gravel road rehabilitation program.
Thank you. I think it highlights as well how the investment we make in our roads actually filters out into our community and creates that mosaic of who we are as a community. So thank you for that. I guess a short time out here.
Yeah, If you'll just allow me to go get those councillors,
Absolutely.
we won't have to repeat ourselves.
All right, well, go ahead, please.
Okay, so moving on to our grading cost center. This is a very large grading project located Range Road 60 north of Highway 12. There again, we did discuss this project, you know, I would say in depth at the last strategic planning session as well. So this project was identified as from the historic council, even previous to the last, as this Range Road 60 is an artery for that north part of the county. We've already broken the project up into two phases there based on the mass haul diagram, trying to balance out the material. We did that portion a couple of years ago, and now it's time in the queue to finish off the balance of this road in 2022. Due to the nature and the complexity of that project, we don't even know if we can get the entire amount done in 2022. Depends on the contractor resources available, weather, which hope we're gonna have a great construction season again next year. So yeah, that is, there again, it's come up in the queue for this year, but it's funded from tax revenue. It's a very large grading project.
Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. In the strategic planning that we discussed before, you said that this was bringing this up to a base pave level. Is there a way that we can still make this road safe, bringing it up to code without it being base paved? Because I don't know that it would be in the queue for this to be paved, or is it? Did I miss that?
Yeah, it still is the most economical way to build this portion of road, as the first one was done so that in the event that our successors ever came back and actually made this into a paving priority, they wouldn't have to reconstruct the entire road again. So all the culverts would be out to the proper length, and the base would be not required to be constructed again. So dollars best spent would be to get it out to that standard. You still narrow up the top so it becomes maintainable, easily maintainable through the year. And basically, you'd have two slopes on your side slope. One would be a little bit flatter at the bottom, but then you would tip it in at the top, so you're only maintaining a reasonable surface there for cost efficiencies for the long term, until that day may come when it is a surfacing priority.
Okay. Okay.
Moving on. Asphalt overlay, this is actually the only 2022 paving project in itself, is the Stewart Street in Nordegg. So from Highway 11 up to the Discovery Center. There again, that stretch of road has come to the end of life, needs to be upgraded. It's combined with all the other additional paving that we are doing up in Nordegg next year.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. I was just looking back to this one here, how it looks like in subsequent years, when you combine all the asphalt overlays, it's significantly larger amounts than this year. Is that just due to you guys, when you had mentioned during strategic planning, that you had caught up and done a bunch of extra projects due to the fact that oil was at such a good price? And then, so this is just the balance of that?
Yes, that's correct. So yes, we had a bubble there. We were, there again, even Sunshine Road was 2 years ago, I think, was our last major asphalt overlay program. We did have a bubble because we did some aggressive paving there due to significantly good asphalt oil prices. We are coming back into that routine beginning as early as 2023. So for the benefit of council, average life cycle for asphalt service is about 15 years. course, that's done through evaluation as well. And we try to group, as you can see, as you go down through the list, we try to group located asphalt roads there within proximity of each other there to there again, try to save costs on the location of the plant versus the mobilization, trucking, et cetera, to try to maximize the efficiency and the pricing.
Great.
Okay. So this is there again, preliminary engineering, land acquisition likely need to be required for the Bunch Road, just off of Highway 598 heading north. So it's a short stretch of road, 650 meters. That paving would be done there again, combination 2023. But this would be the additional, let's say, preliminary detailed design, possibly land purchase required there for that portion of road. Okay.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, a number of these now coming up are going into, well into the future. Is there any particular one you want to put a spotlight on, or that council wants to have a spotlight on? Other than that, I think we can probably move through those a little bit more quickly, but by all means, take as much time as you wish to spotlight.
Perfect. And again, I will not digress too much. There is one more that actually has a 2022 cost in regards to the Caroline North and South. So they're again, design, some side sloping work that needs to be done on that road. The balance of those are again, lays out our 10-year plan for our asphalt servicing. We're looking at additional partnerships. I can't believe 24, 25, I want to just touch base on to let the community know that we are working with Red Deer County when the Wall Street Road comes up on its list for an overlay. That's when Red Deer County actually wants to finish that last portion going down to Highway 54.
Yes.
So that's been in the works, and I think that's important for people to know. As well as, I believe it's, when we get to the base pave projects, the asphalt overlay for Burnstick Lake has been coordinated in the same year as if that project stays, on schedule, that the base pave project that goes from the end of the pavement to the campground will be done the same year as the overlay. They're again trying to maximize that efficiency, provided that base pave project stays on the list. So that's all I wanted to touch on about our future plans, asphalt overlay, and any other additional efficiencies we can find. We always try to bring them to light as well.
Excellent. So I guess just trying to skip forward to the next
81.
spot you'd like. 81? Okay. Is council okay with that then? Okay. Let's go ahead, Mr. Hanson, on page 81.
Okay, so this becomes into the base pave section of the budget. So in 2022, we've identified there again, Quarry Road, Nordegg, all the work is happening up at Nordegg there. That stretch of road from Stewart Street to the end of the hamlet boundary to the east, going to incorporate as well as the manufactured home parks. We know that we have a significant amount of quarry traffic there. That combined, the servicing combined with the new access there out to Highway 11, hopefully will mitigate that traffic and get that heavy traffic off that road sooner than later.
Councilor Graham.
Is there any way with the Quarry Road, because a lot of people that use that road are not ratepayers in our county, is there any way, or does that come back to the community purse? Is there any way that we can somehow tax them if we work in conjunction with the quarry or something so that they can partially contribute to this and it's not all on our taxpayers?
No, I don't believe there's a mechanism for us to actually charge a user fee for that. CIO Reed would like to chime in.
Mr. Reed.
Well, just remember that the phrase, all funded by our taxpayers, remember that ratio, right? This road, as most of our roads, is largely, hugely funded by industry taxpayers, more so than our residents. But if Nordegg is gonna be a growth hamlet for you, then this is a spend that you would need to support. Our advice would be to support that hamlet. You're gonna need this kind of infrastructure. But I don't want to let that phrase, other ways than supported by our taxpayers. Remember that the residential tax base is, what are we at, 8% of our total tax income? So it doesn't impact the residents in the way that it looks like when it's a multi-million-dollar or $800,000 project, right?
Can I ask a supplementary?
Supplement.
Do companies from Edmonton and Calgary contribute to that, or how?
So that's where we are back to the community purse part, right? We don't pay to go to Edmonton either, or Calgary, or Red Deer. But the idea is, and especially in somewhere like Nordegg, the idea is that that increased activity does bring increased tax revenue, whether it's through more people living there, more people making businesses there, and those visitors spending money there. And then that's where our part comes, is through that growth, right?
Thank you.
And thank you for that. One question I might have, I know there are a few tools in the toolbox. One thing that comes to mind is something along the lines of a road use agreement. If you had heavy industrial use of one of these, maybe is there an opportunity to speak to that, to council's concerns, if that was an option?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Actually, I was going to bring that up. So there are some revenue streams that we do have with our, not specifically road use permits, because Clearwater County does not charge for a road use permit. There is, in the operations budget there we presented yesterday, we identified revenues in the operations, in the 3200 code, was permitting revenue associated with typically over-dimensional loads that are required to get provincial permits as well as county permits. That's done through a contractor, so we do get there's a revenue associated with that type of permitting. There's the other revenue component outside of taxes that we get from industry is approvals for approaches, for example, inspections for if an industry user wants to construct a road off of XYZ, an approach off XYZ road, we do an inspection, and there's an inspection fee that's involved in that. But as for our road use permits, that is a no fee. That's something that we provide as a municipality for free today.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. This portion of the road is going to be part of a secondary access to the hamlet as well, is it not?
Yeah, so right off the end of where this Quarry Road ends, that's where the secondary access is going to take off north up to Highway 11. So they will be connected as an intersection, but so the idea would be that we'd be able to funnel all the quarry traffic, and as that secondary emergency access for Nordegg would be able to take that second access.
So more traffic than just the quarry traffic?
Yes, absolutely. It's killing two birds with one stone, because that's one thing that's been identified in Nordegg as we're continuing to grow, is that it only has a single access point into it.
Yes, okay, thank you.
You bet. Okay, moving on. Leslieville East Road base pave. We discussed this in regards to Clearwater County was successful in a grant in 2021. This project was historically scheduled to be reconstructed in 2022. The condition of the grant was that please identify projects that you've identified in the future that you can get off the ground today. So we scurried and hurried and got that grading project off the ground last year, which is great. Subsequently, we did not move the paving forward into 2022. Council of the day didn't see that was a priority, so the paving has been left in 2023. The 2022 is some residual work left, or there's some power pole mounds and some additional fencing, landscaping that's required, left over from the grading contractor. That's what you see in 2022, as well as the design readiness for that paving project in 2023.
Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you. Not trying to take this and compare it to this strictly, but that number is different than the one we were given during the strategic planning. Is that just we've cleaned things up and made it more accurate, or?
Probably as we were, the ones that we've provided in strategic planning more preliminary. We have been continuing to evaluate what the projects are going to look like as a lot of these projects were coming up to the year end, whether it needed to be carried forward from the year prior or some of the work we thought that we could get done in 2022. So I'm not surprised that you're gonna see a little bit of discrepancy, as well as we're gonna see that in the River Road construction, you know, based on that conversation that we had at the strategic planning, as well as up in Nordig as well. So I'll identify them a little bit closer.
Perfect, thank you.
You bet. And there we are, River Road. So we had a really good discussion this in regards to pedestrian trails and how, during the strategic planning session that this road is seen as a priority, which is great. Just as an update for this committee, we did look into some, there's a good, what I feel is a good option for a trail connection between Highway 11A and the North Saskatchewan River Park, provided we get some cooperation from Alberta Transportation, but there is an existing road allowance, existing trail system, actually, it's on the river side of that intersection. Then we'd have to cross the road likely at the newly installed post office box. Sorry, mailboxes, thank you, that's the word I was looking for. Forgive me. The mailboxes, we cross there and then we require some additional widening, probably from the town there to get up. So we added some additional funds into, to explore that a little bit more. I believe, I was trying to, like I say, accommodate that strategy, that request that the committee had set out as a goal to have this small chunk of trail there included in the projects. And this would be, so 2022 is the grading for reconstructing that entire River Road all the way from 11 to 11A, and then 2023 would be the base and the pave.
Supplemental.
I just wanted to say thank you for taking like the strategic planning session and having to rally and bring something back to us for that. I really appreciate you taking our ideas to heart there and bringing it back so quickly.
Perfect. Thank you. Next.
And Ms. Serhan, I see your light's been flashing for
Oh,
the time
no, I
you've been
just
here.
turned it on, actually.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, are you moving through some of the? I just want to speak to Nordig before we start into the Nordig projects.
Okay.
All right, do you have other things you want to talk about?
No, either we fast forward through these other ones extended because they're down the timeline. But it will take me a second to talk about them. There are two, so.
You have some stuff you want to talk about?
Yeah, there's two more,
Yep.
the last two items there, you
Yep.
wanted, is Nordig you're discussing?
Yeah, I want to talk about Nordig. So.
Right, okay, so maybe I wanna, or again, this council hasn't seen or discussed these items at all. I have page 84, Burnstick Lake Road grading. I gotta take history lesson back to the previous council. It was a strategic planning session that we'd had talking about paving priorities. There was different roads that were brought to the table. Discussions were had. That's when we had River Road was identified as a priority, but the biggest hiccup with that was the intersection. Leslieville East was added to the list and Burnstick was added to the list at that time. So this is basically a residual from that conversation. That strategic planning session has been included in budget for the past couple of years now. Identified in, again, grading in 25, paving 26. So really want to just, pavings, we know that it's expensive. It has the long-term maintenance costs. And it'd be nice to have paved roads throughout, but we know that's it's not feasible. So, so there is a plan for some additional paving, but beyond this, that's the last, I believe, of the base pave. Okay. West Country Roads goes back to that document that Ms. Rand showed you earlier there about the $300,000 per year being allocated into the West Country Roads Reserve. It's actually a policy-driven investment. We've identified at 2024 would be the earliest that we could do the planned portion of the next portion of the North Fork Road. But of course, we will also be looking at our other West Country roads. If there's a higher priority that presents itself, there we have time to modify that program. As you can see, that's still a few years out, but, and we know the industry changes to where their focus might be, so that priority may change. Nordic.
So I just wanted to talk a little bit about the funding of Nordic development before we got into the projects. So on your sheet, that's the 2021-2022 restricted surplus detail. On page 2 of that, you'll find the third fund down is the Nordic Development Fund. And at the end of 2020, there's a balance owed to Clearwater County for Nordic development of just shy of $4 million. And this fund is where the net proceeds of the land sales go in to fund future developments at Nordic. This balance has been in a balance owing to Clearwater County for several years, but it has been in a positive balance in some previous years before that. So you'll see in 2021 that the net land sales we're anticipating is about $2.5 million. And then the 3 projects that are ongoing in 2021 will be coming out of those land sales to fund them. And then again in 2022, net land sales anticipated at $840,000 and $5.3 million identified as projects. So if any of these projects are deferred or delayed, it won't change your balance at the end of that document that we're trying to fund, because all of these are funded through restricted surplus. It will change the balance of your restricted surplus because it is in a negative position, and there will be more monies owed that will be recaptured through the sale of future land sales. Is that clear as mud? I'm not sure.
It's like a loan back to that project.
Yes, so the county in previous councils has decided that the taxpayers would not ultimately fund the development of Nordic, that the land sales would fund that development.
Mr. Magnus?
Sure, thank you. So this further to the comments and information being shared with council here in regards to Nordic. I'm going to tie it back into Murray's last comment in regards to, for every capital project, there are operational concerns associated with it. Not necessarily concerns, but things that we need to keep in mind. And so Nordic, again, is a perfect example. As that community continues to grow, and with Eric moving forward in his department in regards to Quarry Road, paving of Quarry Road and Nordic Lower Stewart Street. And again, as I indicate, as the community continues to grow, we're seeing, and this is wonderful to see, the number of lots that are being purchased on the south end of Nordic, on Elizabeth Avenue and such. So we as a department then recognize that and the challenges associated with it. And because of that, in order to continue to maintain that level of service as expected by the residents of Nordic, specifically, I'm going to refer to again snow and ice removal with this additional paving, we've had to now take one of our plow trucks that we utilize here and one of our older ones that was up for replacement. So now we're going to take that one and move it to Nordic, and that's where it's now going to sit to be able to meet the service level as expected by our residents in clearing that snow. So one, we're repurposing that plow truck. We're going to extend its life for a few more years because obviously it's not going to be under the same amount of impact as it would for any of our surface roads, right? So we're going to take it over there. But then again, that removes one truck from what we typically would use on our surface roads here. Okay? So again, and my point to council here is to tie in that operational aspect associated with every capital project that you may consider, right, with that. The other item I would like to bring to your attention too, with regard to the trail system as well. Again, that would have to be under council's consideration as to who would you like to maintain that trail system. Would you like the community to step forward and potentially look after a trail system? Or will that fall under Clearwater County and our staff? And you need to ask yourself, where does it sit in terms of priority? Okay, do we tackle that right away? Once to say, again, I refer to any type of maintenance requirements, and I'll use snow as a perfect example. So do we pull our crews off to take care of that trail first? And then the roads, you know, where does that sit, sort of thing, you know? So there are challenges associated with it. Obviously, we'll go with, let's make sure we get the roads cleared first and then the trail system and so on. That's just only a minor component associated with bringing these potential projects into the future. Okay, so just want to plant that seed, always keep that in mind in regards to the operational challenges associated with it, not only in terms of equipment, but additional personnel, etc.
Councillor Melhoff, and then I'm going to make a comment or two here.
Thank you. Back to the plow truck you were talking about in Nordegg, and just because we did do some extensive questions with regards to the Leslieville salt storage, do we have salt storage then for that plow truck in Nordegg for any requirements that would be happening for that? Or do we need to then have that be a capital project later to create that?
Right now, we do. There we have material there to accommodate it. But excellent question, Councillor Malhalf. As that expands, you know, we may need to look at additional storage requirements in regards to keeping that under roof, right? Because you don't want that to get wet, the salt sand. So currently, there's no change in that requirement, even with us just bringing that plow truck in.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Absolutely.
How does it impact, we have 2 staff members out there now, with the increased plowing requirements, do we need to be looking at potentially extra staff requirements that this will change, that line item?
Yes, there is that potential right now. The 2, and we posed this question, Eric and I, on numerous occasions in regards to we really always account for that. Every time something else is added to that community and for lack of better expression, the demands associated with that community, we reevaluate that in terms of personnel as well. So I would put it out there that as that community continues to grow, yes, we can and potentially anticipate coming to council with an additional, putting forward the request for additional personnel out there.
Thank you.
So just a comment at this time, I know, and in no way do I want to push council. I think it's very important that council has the opportunity to understand and do more about the Nordegg issue. So, and with our Public Works team, I beg your patience. I think we are at an appropriate time to take lunch, if it's okay for that. Now, I think we could attempt to push through, but that would put everybody a little late. So I think if it's agreeable to council, I'll call a recess for lunch and we'll be back at 12:45. Well, welcome back, everyone, after our recess, and I will turn the floor back over to our Public Works team to continue the presentation.
Thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. The story continues into Nordeg, capital projects for the Nordeg draft plan. Just as a little bit more of a summary in regards to most of the projects in Nordeg, planning through, they provide all the sales data and the development vision, I guess, for Nordeg, and we are basically the execution of that plan. So as I'm sure more discussions will take place, looking at the trends for sales and development up in Nordeg, there will be continuous conversations likely in more strategic planning sessions in the future to discuss how, the best path forward there for Nordeg development. So the first item in this portion of the budget is the paving of the manufactured home park, cul-de-sacs A and B. There again lines up with, this project was kind of waiting on the sales, which we see have gone quite well. So we want to get that existing structure covered up with an asphalt service, tie into the quarry road. There again, paving is all going to be done in combination with the larger project up in there in that Nordeg area there all next year. So this is the cost for servicing those two cul-de-sacs. Moving on. Nordeg Historic Commercial Core. This is there again, the surfacing for all that great work that they've done up there around the church, the new development of the parking lots, etc., the curb and cutter design. So basically everything's ready for servicing. We still have the streetlights left to install. They've done all the shallow utility work this year, some additional landscaping. This will be the final step in regards to getting that commercial core ready. And I believe the subdivision and sales there, maybe Jose can provide an update on that to see when those would actually become available for sale. This is the next stage in that development. Okay. Nordeg Lower Stewart Street Commercial Core, also known as Coal Miners Crescent. This is the small little crescent that goes around in behind the new Shell. It's great to see the development in Nordeg there. So, and of course, they just built that new storefront there right beside the Shell. So it's great to see that the advancement, the commercial development in that area. So basically, it comes straight across from the Quarry Road. If you were to come straight across the highway to the west, across Stewart Street, this would then wind around and then come back in by the old beer cabin. So everybody's familiar with that area.
Councillor Mello.
Thank you. I'm sure that this has already been talked about, but this is a question that I had gotten. Is there an opportunity for the businesses that are along that road to then have their parking lots and their areas paved during this process?
Absolutely. We would recommend that they reach out to the contractor directly after we've done the tender. We do not like to combine public-private tenders together. It becomes too difficult there if something were to go awry. If they came into if there came into a legal battle or a legal issue that came up between, ideally it'd be better if they just approach the contractor specifically, wait until they get the larger project in place, and I'm sure the contractor would be happy to facilitate that type of improvement there. It'd be a smaller little project anyway, right? So, absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Moving on. Nordeg Industrial Subdivision Phase 2. So this was identified by the planning department that we've sold all the lots in the industrial subdivision of approximately 3 kilometers south on the Forestry Trunk Road, heading toward the North Saskatchewan River. So historically, years ago, even before I'm going to say 2006, 2007, Clearwater County created that industrial subdivision. It's taken really that long to sell all the lots back there. Now that they all are sold, there's still room for one more phase with some of the internal road work already being done, but there's still a significant amount of grading and stormwater management work that needs to be done to finish off the next phase, which will provide an additional, I think it was 15 lots there for an industrial development in that subdivision.
And we'll have Councillor Sermak, sorry.
Sorry. Golden lots will pay for the upgrade to do that.
I'm not sure where the due from account is in that regard. I don't have that information. Maybe Ms. Rand can speak to that. If it's a cost equitable from the capital cost of construction versus what the sales or even amount. I know council discusses that demand when the time comes. We know what the costs are to whatever to construct a subdivision, and then after the fact, they decide on what the sale price is going to be for the lots. And then I'm sure all factors are considered, you know, here's how much it costs to develop. What types of other opportunities are we trying to create? Are we trying to have a lower cost to, you know, promote more development? So typically, these are all set by council as what the prices of the lots are going to be.
Supplemental, go ahead.
Would it be just a cost that we would cover, or would there be some profit for the county?
Mr. Reid?
So along with answering that last question, same kind of idea. The council will set that priority. So the previous council set the priority that the cost for development would be covered by the lot sales. No talk of profit, no talk of anything else. If you wish to have that conversation in your strategic priority setting exercise, you could decide that.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
And I'm going to go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Are we getting any expression of interest on this expansion at this point?
I'll maybe have to defer that to Jose. So those types of interests. Oh, and here he comes. So if, just bear with me there, as Jose just joins us there, you'll maybe be able to speak to that, right?
Hello again, Council. Yes, we are receiving some requests and inquiries about the industrial lots, but also we are getting more inquiries about the commercial downtown area. So there is an interest out there, absolutely.
Yes, okay. Do you have a feeling for what sort of percentage might be spoken for at this point?
No, I think I don't, because we have people that sometimes are also just asking the price. We don't have a solid commitment, but we're considering with the realtors, given the demand that we're experiencing right now, to even consider doing pre-sales, even though the lots are not created and the services are not there, but we can still have a commitment from purchasers to acquire lots in the future.
Thank you. That brings on my next question. What process should people follow if they wanted to?
We prefer they contact the realtors first.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, and Councillor Malha.
I think I'll need to reserve mine until the next thing is presented, because they tie into one another. My question ties in, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Let's just stick around for a little bit there, Jose.
Okay. And Mr. Hanson.
Perfect. So, moving on from the industrial subdivision, tying back to our last meeting with the Strategic Planning Committee. So we've expedited again the, excuse me, so detailed design as well as the construction for in 2022 for the next phase of the Nordegg residential subdivision. This would be located directly north of the existing, in the south town site. So this would be north of the existing houses that are going up. Through that detailed design, planning will be consulted again from our engineers, discussions about lot sizes again, so that hasn't been finalized. There is a draft. We have a draft drawing there that shows that there's 27 residential lots, 4 commercial lots. That really needs to be revisited again through the design phase about, you know, building requirements, what are the type of demands that planning are seeing for the type of development up there? Does it warrant actually increasing the lot sizes there? we still have the time to do that. We're hoping to be out to tender by March, I believe, of next year. There again, it's pull the trigger in January and keep running unless council says otherwise. So what this would do is this would provide all the site grading, road construction, deep utilities, sidewalks, et cetera. The only thing that would be left for 2023 would be shallow utilities and some landscaping. There is some risk in this new development area there, as being that it's an old mining town. There's been historic development in that area. We're hoping we don't run into a rat's nest or the worst case scenario in some of these is because it kind of falls off on a large kind of escarpment. So hopefully we don't find anything that's going to be too troubling up there, but there is some risk with that. That's about as aggressive as we can develop that area without risking the integrity of the development. We still know that we're going to have some residual work in 2023. We can evaluate next year to see if we can actually bump up the paving for that internal road as early as 2023. But really, we need to look at, with the aggressive plan that we have for 2022, see what kind of construction season we have, and then evaluate and then reevaluate our priorities there for, how much we can get done in 22, how much we can get done in 23.
Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. Again, thank you for speeding this up. I know this was originally slated to be completed in 2025, so I appreciate that, and I understand that takes a lot of extra effort and work on your guys' part to do so. With regards to this and the industrial subdivision, there's 4 commercial lots that are part of this, and Jose, you mentioned that commercial is one of the biggest things that you are seeing as a priority. So is this particular subdivision then looking, from both of yours perspective, looking to be a more crucial priority than potentially the industrial side of the other subdivision?
Yes, I see them as complementing each other though. The more job opportunities we have, the more opportunities we'll have to attract buyers and residents. And also having this additional commercial components will help us to find some affordable housing as well, because these commercial properties will have a mixed-use component. They will have commercial on the bottom and affordable housing on top of it. So it's going to be a win-win situation if we proceed with that approach.
And then doing the
Supplemental.
doing the industrial subdivision then creates those jobs for having those people for places for people to, awesome. Perfect. Thank you.
Oh, CAO Reed.
You don't have to look so disappointed.
Really, I try to hide that.
I'm only jumping in to say that, we talked about how this got accelerated. And it got accelerated partly because this council expressed support for that. It also got accelerated because we know from our realtors and also our staff on the ground that we're running out of stock. And so our advice to you is also to accelerate it. It's not just that you guys thought it was really a great priority. It's also that if you're going to capitalize on the momentum you've got, our advice is to accelerate it. This is the most reasonable acceleration plan. But I want to remind council that this is an example where we had a 10-year plan. Something changed, and so we've modified that 10-year plan. But council could say, of course, this is one of those opportunities where you could say, no, it's too fast, or we're going to stick with that 10-year plan. I just want to remind you that as much as this is presented to you this way, it's still yours to put that final approval on. And I don't want to forget that part. Just because we get excited and staff are excited and council's excited, you still, have that ability to at any moment say yes or no, okay?
And I think my comment might be here that I'm so pleased to see we have a responsive, high-performance organization that could do that quickly. And I would commend you on those efforts, for sure. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. So with these lots, if we were to drop like a conceptual similar to what the previous phase had during construction, can your team be or the realtor team that is associated with you, be selling those even though they are not completed yet?
We have had those conversations with the realtor, and there is an opportunity. We just gotta come to some sort of agreements with the purchasers, just to see how that's going to play out. We haven't discussed that yet, but the realtor advised us that we can start exercising that approach maybe when we start moving dirt. So there's an interest from potential purchasers to see that there is activity. Right now, there's nothing. So it's going to be really hard for somebody to pre-buy.
Yeah,
Those
once we
lots
have the
without-
conceptual,
That's right.
that would be when we
Yeah.
could look at doing something like that.
That's correct.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, moving on. Coming towards the end, so here's that Nordegg South Townside Access Road. So we talked about this earlier there when we were discussing the base pave of the quarry road. So this is a gravel road, standard road that would tie in at that intersection of the quarry road and the end of the hamlet boundary, and then it would head north. Bridge required to cross Shunda Creek, as well as intersection treatment required at Highway 11. The location, it would be right as you look at the east entrance into the north subdivision of Nordegg, so where the old transportation yard is, that's where it would line up going then to the south. And then, like I say, there is a road allowance there, but the Shunda Creek actually kind of dives into that road allowance. Likely have to acquire additional land to go around a kind of an oxbow. Still be, like I say, a bridge. It's kind of a wetland through there. Through this year, we did the geotechnical work. Some additional work needs to be done with the intersection treatment study. And then, so next year will be detailed design. Basically tender ready for 2023 is when we'll start construction. We've extended it into a 2-year construction window between the road and the bridge, just there again, due to the complexity of the project. We will, after next year, once we have all the details of the design work done, we will come back again to the next council meeting, next budget meeting there, and reaffirm what the construction plan is gonna look like for 23-24.
Councillor Cermak.
What is the length of that road? And how long is the bridge? Because it looks like it's about, what, a $2 million project to do that?
Yeah, it's an 800-meter chunk of road through, basically, it's a low-lying area. And
Very low.
Yeah, it's an expensive piece of road.
Yes.
Absolutely. So, and that's only to a gravel standard at the end of 2024. And then the potential future paving was been allocated or identified in 2028. Yeah.
It wouldn't be more feasible to go further east?
It's something that we're trying to stay as close to the, and they say the congruency of those two intersections to align. There's maybe some cost savings there that can be done with a slight realignment, but as we lengthen the length of the road, of course, we added the cost that way. So it's still the shortest distance between A to B, which should be the cheapest. It's just, it's an expensive piece of road there due to the topography.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we got one more here. So, now this is one, the next manufactured home park cul-de-sac C. I believe this is still consistent with what council's seen, regardless of what it is you've seen prior. This is where it sits today. There's still some additional geotechnical work because the location of this cul-de-sac is right over top of the old lagoon of the old hotel. So there's still some residual testing, Alberta Environment approval to get that signed off, so then we can actually make that developable. That would happen over 2022, 2023, would there again be detailed design. That would actually, no, sorry, that would be construction as well. That would be deep utility construction and grading. And then 2024, looks like it's got it in there twice. I guess I guarantee that got in there twice. I'm gonna have to go back and actually, it looks like that 370 something doesn't line up in my mind how that actually works, so I'll have to confirm that. But, there again, detailed design, I think we did expedite this one slightly in order to try to get as much work as we can done next year to be ready for starting construction in 2023. But, I think the 2024, 2025, I just need to relook at those numbers again. It just, something's just tweaking me a little bit more that might not be accurate.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. Just wondering how many lots will this add?
I'm not sure. Jose, can you?
I believe the initial design, it needs the preliminary design, is about 15 lots. 15, 1-5.
Thank you.
And I'm gonna go to Councillor Cermak.
This could be maybe not part of the budget, but I'm wondering why we need two manufacturing home parks in Nordig. Is that the type of subdivisions we want? I thought Nordig was more of a log home sort of thing. The ambiance of the West Country.
Yeah, that's a great perspective, and I don't want to throw the ball right at Jose yet, because that's what it's going to do here shortly. But I guess I'd like to just outline that there was a previous plan there with the last council about a small manufactured home component, you know, so there was a phase 1, phase 2, that's the end of it. But I'm really gonna have to get Jose to speak to the plan and the conversation where that really came from.
So 10 years ago, the Nordic Development Plan was adopted, and that was the vision to have a variety of house styles and affordability also. So that was identified as an option for property owners with that in the lower budget to have a home in the community. So it's basically about options.
Yeah, I can see one subdivision like that because you need people out there to work because there's going to be businesses and they need low places to be able to live in. But is that really the style that we want out in the West Country? A bunch of mobile homes.
If you look at the overall development plan, we have like 200 plus high-end lots on the north and 45 manufactured home lots. I don't think that's a big outset in there. I think they're pretty much balanced out.
Okay.
And Deputy Reeve Northcott. And
Yes, my comments sort of just similar along Councillor Cermak's comments there. I was just wondering if there was consideration in planning and stuff prior to, for maybe the development of condos that are sort of have that more mountainy type view, and the units could be sold and then as rented out too. I have friends that have condo units like.
Yes, the option is identifying that as well for plexes. That's an option, and small scale apartment buildings. That will be one of the options also that are considered in the plan.
Yeah, the condo units that I've seen in BC and stuff like that, they're actually, investors will buy them and then they'll rent them out for Christmas, they'll rent them out for certain times of the year and stuff like that. So it sort of works as an investment property, but it's beautiful buildings and still would work for short-term or long-term rentals and stuff like that.
And as you know, like building designs or housing designs keep evolving. So it's not something that is really static. So we're also open to have, new ideas and innovative ideas to integrate into the community.
And yeah, I just wanted to echo a little bit of Councillor Cermak's comments.
Thank you. And Mr. Reed?
Well, I want to reiterate for council and publicly state that there's a lot more to Nordig than can be covered in budget discussions. Your prioritization today is whether or not you think you want to provide these opportunities to people. There are a handful of little things like the manufactured home lots are half the price of Elizabeth Ave lots. Putting a manufactured home on on a lot is 20% the cost of building a house from. So the cost variation is really important for a healthy community. But secondarily, the idea that, this mountain architecture and log cabins, you guys, there's a lot of work that you need to get deeper into to understand the already approved Nordeg development plan. And so something like a cabin is actually not allowed in Nordeg, and you guys need to understand that and why you would, where you would, well, it's in certain areas, okay? So there are rules for each of those areas. So you guys have a lot of work to do to get up to speed on that, and that's why we have planned a strategic priorities session, or a committee session for Nordeg. This decision doesn't matter what kind of developments, it's only matters if you're going to allow developments, right? So the balance is important, and I want to go to the condo discussion that Deputy Reeve Northcott talked about. One of the incredibly exciting things about Nordeg is that you're about 50 years behind, say, Canmore. And so if you go to Canmore right now, they will tell you there's no affordable housing, that they have a transient population that has nowhere to live, they can't find staff all summer, and the condos that Deputy Reeve Northcott spoke of do not help build community because they're cabins for people. They are resort opportunities. And so we are at the cusp of making some decisions. You have an opportunity to make some decisions that could help that community develop differently than somewhere like Canmore, Jasper, or Banff. But it's the same package of joy for your West Country visitors, and how you develop it responsibly is going to make a difference on the success of especially the businesses there. And so you have a real opportunity, and that's why, we're not saying, oh, Nordeg's going to be great, we'll talk to you later. You're going to get, and definitely part of your strategic priority session, you will need to understand the short-term and long-term challenges of that community. We already have business owners saying they can't get staff. We already have reports from this summer of business owners who had to close their businesses for a week at a time. And so that's not sustainable. You will not have a successful community if that's what's happening. So just a reminder, that's a much bigger discussion. If you believe in Nordeg as a development hamlet, then that's what you approve in your capital plan. How you action that comes later.
And I might just add that the Nordeg Development Plan is a form of an area structure plan, or is an area structure plan that we term as the Nordeg Development Plan, but it certainly addresses some of the existing mobile homes that are there and giving them an appropriate spot within that community, and really follows through with the vision that was set forward for Nordeg within that area structure plan. So I'll give a thumbs up then.
So my last comment on there, actually, I think I figured out what happened when that, on that Nordeg Phase 2 Manufactured Home Park, when I did bump from the strategic planning session when we first discussed this item, I'd already finished budget, and then I moved it, closer into including 2022. So Rhonda, if we could actually just scratch out the 2025 expenditure. Even in the verbiage there, it says 2022, the geotechnical, 2023, deep utilities grading, and then we're paving in 2024, so. That's the correction. I apologize to council for that. And the last little, before we go into the rest of this, or we skip past that, that becomes the long-term plan beyond 2022. Without the benefit of having that strategic planning session for Nordeg, I don't, it might be a benefit to leave those, it's in there as a placeholder. They can stay there today. There's no budgetary or monetary impact on 2022, so that can be revisited again through the strategic planning session. But I will make note of, anything in Nordeg that if you want to see changed for for the future, if you see something that I've presented today that you want to see changed, whether it be this third cul-de-sac, do we need another cul-de-sac? This is the time and place to have that either deferred in budget until it could be explored more thoroughly. That's why we're here. You either it's approve, don't approve type scenario. This could be deferred until a future date. We brought it up because it was talked about during strategic planning, but it certainly can be pushed down, rediscussed, and removed if need be. So, of course, that's the case with all of our items. But
Councillor Graham.
this ties into more than just the Nordic. I was wondering the thing about the mobile homes as well that these guys asked. But if we don't approve this in the budget, and then after we have our strategic planning for it, can we come back and add it again? Or if we do approve it, can we take it away then? I'm guessing yes, but.
Yes, for sure, that would be a budget adjustment that would come to council, and then you would just increase your expenditures in that year and increase your transfers from restricted surplus, and the team would get to work.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hanson.
The only caution I have with that is mid-year approvals for something you want to do this year. It's really tough to get off the ground. You know, it's unrealistic how much work the first week we get back from after the big thumbs up budget approved, that phone doesn't stop as getting all these projects off the ground because we need every day. Construction season is so short, as we all know. And the planning all has to be done. You do it during the winter days so you can sling dirt in the summer. But that'd be my only caution. So if it was an extended, depends on when the strategic planning session was done. But Nordic, it's a big beast to really get a solid plan on. So that's my only caution with a mid-year approval.
Councillor Melhoff, and then Mr. Magnus has a comment as well.
So are you saying at that point it would be easier for us if we at all think that this is in one of the priorities in the strategic planning that we'll be doing in January? It would be better for your department if we were to say yes now and then potentially say no later? That would be a better option for you than to say no now and say yes at the end of January?
No, I don't like yes, no later. That's horrible.
But you're saying that it's horrible to say no.
I think I take back everything I just said.
But you're saying don't say no now and yes later either, so.
It's only to do with the timing. We can certainly, we can facilitate whatever time we have left. And this is a planning stage, you know, it's a little bit different when it comes to construction, you know, and I guess that's where I'm using a lot of my references. There's nothing worse than getting, you know, go build XYZ road or pave XYZ road there and it's already June. And then you're trying to get that off the ground. This is a planning exercise. I know it can wait. What we could do is maybe recommend that it stays in the budget, knowing that it's going to be revisited during the strategic planning session, so it's there, available, it's accounted for now. And if through that planning session saying it's not a priority, we just don't do it.
So yes now.
Yeah, in essence, you're right. Yeah. Sorry. I'm okay with it now. It just felt weird when you said it the first time.
Mr. Magnus.
Yeah, I would like to add a few additional points to what Eric shared, and Eric's absolutely correct. And it goes back to a comment Councillor Swanson made in regards to when we would begin the study, the waste and recycle management plan study. And as I'd indicated, as soon as budget is passed, approved, and then 2 weeks thereafter when the minutes are approved, our team is on the phone like now and getting a hold of our engineers, et cetera, to get going. Because as in the case with Eric too, in dealing with construction, our window of opportunity is so small, right? This construction season, and that's all dependent on the weather as well. And that's also for, in my case as well, you know, when we do our bridge rehab, bridge replacements, a very small window of opportunity to get these done. And so we're on the phone right away, and because there's many things to consider as well. There's environmental approvals and so on that need to be considered, and that all plays a part in making sure that these are done in a timely manner.
Thank you. Mr. Reid.
So I want to clarify the yes, no, no, yes thing. If you say no now to a construction item, it doesn't matter if you were to say yes a month and a half or 2 months later, it's likely no that year. If it's a construction item, this Nordic Phase 2 manufactured home park is the planning. If you say no now and you want to bring it back a month from now, that's possible. Also, if you say yes now and then decide in 2023 not to do the construction part, the planning doesn't vaporize. So it really is, the yes-no discussion kind of is only gonna matter if you say no to a construction thing that you then decide later you wanna say yes to. because it likely won't happen based on, we're saying you want to do strategic priority setting in January. We haven't even got your venue or consultant yet. So, because we don't have the budget approved for me to order that up yet. So I don't know when your strategic priority setting will be. So I only want you to understand your timelines. If it's a construction thing and you say no now, it's likely not in 2022 then. If it's a planning thing and you say no now, you have slightly more flexibility. But if it's a planning thing and you say yes now, and you say no to the construction next year, it's still useful. It doesn't expire next year or the year after, right? So your hands are only really tied on the construction part of this, okay?
And I'm gonna go to Councillor Cermak.
And this is just a comment. I've been in construction for about 30 to 40 years. And my comment is, why are we doing budget now when we got such a short work period in the summer? Why can't we move it back into October, September to give these people some chances to be able to get out and do that?
Mr. Reid, I think I'm sensing you might have something to say.
Pick me, sir, pick me. Thank you, your Reeve Lahid through to Councillor Cermak. Would we love that? And it's the election year problem. We would start budget sooner sometimes if we could. But election year means we can't do half the budget with the previous council, have them up to speed, and then, right? So in October, we could have been bringing you up to speed if that's the wish of this council, right? We can do some of that legwork, but when you have the election, and by all means, please do lobby your political cohorts on the province side. I think I mentioned this to you. There are some provinces that do their elections in the spring. Because year end is gonna be always year end. And I bet Ms. Serhan wants to tell you that we can't tell you exactly what the budget's gonna be in September or October because it's not done yet. So we're always gonna be up against that challenge. But something like capital planning, we can have some work being done with you in advance. So that, yeah, you would have more time to sit with the information. But in an election year, we can't, and I'll stop.
Yes, I agree with CAO Reid, and I just want to add that Strategic Planning Committee sits 4 times a year and does go through their capital project setting priorities and does contribute to the budget. It's a cycle. It just keeps moving and moving and moving. The problem is that the people that are doing the construction in July and August and September are the ones that need to set the budget for the following year. And if they're busy making sure the projects are getting done the way they should be, it takes time out of what they have to set the budget. So you'll find that things are kind of an annual cycle, and every year this is where we squeeze budget in because that's when we can get it done and get it in front of council. And we couldn't have done it any sooner. We got in front of you as soon as we could and tried to bring you up to speed on all the projects and the programs that Clearwater County is involved in. And even now, I feel that, maybe some of the things, there's not as much information to you as you would like. So even from October, was the election 18th, to now, you've spent a lot of time learning, and still there could have been some more learning before we pass budget, but we have to get budget in here to pass it for the beginning of January. I would love nothing better than a spring election.
I'll work on that. Councillor Melhall.
Thank you. I will say I found the strategic planning thing that you put together for us at the very beginning of us first showing up here, very, very helpful. I referenced both when I was going through the budget. And I don't know if that's something that you did just because it was an election year, or if that's something you guys plan on doing going forward, or if it'll be built into our strategic planning days. But I found being able to reference that material with this material extremely helpful, and I appreciated it.
Okay, so to summarize, the balance of the projects that have been identified are the residual 10-year plan for Nordegg. Unless council wants to go through that, there again, there's nothing that really pertains to 2022.
Did you, Councilor Milhoff, did you have something you wanted to spotlight?
Yeah, I have a flag on one of them, just the community futures. I noticed that it's here for the Nordegg draft development plan, but I didn't see it for any of our other hamlets or any of our other areas, and I was just curious as to why.
Maybe, Jose, if you could speak to the community features. I know it's something that's part of the Nordegg plan, and I think in the absence of area structure plans in Condor and Leslieville, that we wouldn't, I think Nordegg's had that benefit. And, and as we're tweaking and modifying it to the development pressures, Leslieville and Condor have been left behind, in essence, right? So I think through these area structure plans that, as Jose is about to step up here and talk about his budget there, maybe that becomes a priority for those communities as well.
Okay, that goes back to Reeve Lougheed saying.
And I
structure
agree with you,
plans.
absolutely. That's one of the reasons why, is, we have an established plan for Nordegg, but we lack to have that in the other hamlets.
Can I have a follow-up? Can I ask a follow-up?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, for
So
sure.
with the community futures, just based on like the MPC side of things, that's where that municipal reserve money comes out of when you sell lots or when things are subdivided off? That's funded through those?
I'm 100% sure, maybe Rhonda can help me with that, but I'm not totally sure where that money comes from.
I think it still comes from the due from account.
Yeah.
It's an opportunity to pay for those types of things depending on the type of feature it is, but as the CIO Reed would like to contribute.
Mr. Reed?
Remember, council chooses how things get funded. So next year, you'll get to decide whether or not this comes out of the due from, or grant funding, or reserve, or tax base. You will get to choose that. But right now, it's in 2023, so we haven't really spent any time on where it's gonna get funded from.
No, I don't mean like the municipal reserve is budget-wise, like when you're looking at the municipal planning, when they're doing a subdivision or they're subdividing a first parcel off of a farm or second parcel, there's something called municipal reserve money that comes up there that we wouldn't allot for ourselves in the middle of a agricultural property because it doesn't make sense to put a playground there. But in a place like Nordegg, that makes sense for us to take back that municipal reserve and build something like a park. Is that bringing that full circle? I didn't mean municipal reserve as far as budget.
Yeah, no, it makes sense to me. So we collect money from municipal reserves, and then we reinvest that money in recreation activities,
Okay,
countywide.
perfect. I was able to take that agricultural side of municipal reserves and make it full circle into a urban setting. Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And maybe just a comment I would make, there is a difference in Nordegg because the county is actually the developer here. We're not actually taking physical money in lieu of reserves or a physical municipal reserve property and then having that as an asset. We are essentially the developer of Nordegg. So that component, I think we have to look at the funding source for it because we should be held to the same fetters or restrictions as anybody that would want to be a developer within our sphere of influence. So just a comment. I think we're at a thumbs up point again. And does that reaches, I believe, the end. So if there aren't any further questions for our Public Works team, I could thank them very much for their presentation and being very receptive to questions and being so well prepared. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
So that will bring us, I believe the next section is corporate. So if you're ready, Mr. Hagan, I believe corporate may have a number of sections of interest to all of us, but maybe some. So is there part of this presentation you can start with?
Absolutely. We can look at the general IT expenditures. So let's start there, and this will be consistent with what council saw in the strategic planning session, with one exception. Yesterday, I talked about the contracted services that we've added to finance in order to enhance and optimize our current financial system. And part of that is looking at a human resources information system. So to that end, we've added $50,000 here on the assumption that we're able to complete that work and either purchase that module that comes from the same supplier as our existing financial system, or if that's not feasible, perhaps purchase a different system and bolt it onto our current system and look for compatibility there. So that's the only change within the IT capital plan that's been revised since you saw it at strategic planning. So other than that, is there any questions on the human resource information system itself?
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you. My only question would be, does this number then include all of the training of all the staff coming up? Because if it's the employee, that's the hours system that you discussed, right? Obviously, there'd be a training component to teaching the staff. So is that included in all of this as well, or just the system itself?
Essentially, and I'll let Mr. McDonald speak to it as well, but essentially, we've grouped it under corporate service, or sorry, under contracted services here. Again, this is our best estimate of what it might cost, but we have considered training as well. Some of it would be done in-house, so there wouldn't be any additional cost. But certainly we would negotiate if we're purchasing a product and we want the supplier to do the training, we'd negotiate that into the price as well. Is that fair?
No, absolutely right on the nail on the head. Perfect.
Thank you.
Mr. Reid?
At the risk of adding when I didn't need to, I think, is there part of your question, Councillor Melhoff, about when did the staff learn how to use the new system? Because part of that, I will tell you that I certainly, and the HR side of things, we expect the efficiencies to be the gain here. So once we are modernized, the net benefit will reap far more rewards than any extra time in orienting the staff to the system. And I guess I just wanted to make sure that that was also clear.
If that way, it would be diving too far out of my realm, so. Thank you.
Did you have a supplemental? Oh, sorry, your lights, never mind. Mr. Hagan, I guess, thumbs up.
Okay, we will carry on then. So the next item is enterprise storage system. And this is consistent with what we looked at under strategic planning. So no changes there. It's essentially replacement of primarily the hardware for data storage, as well as support contracts and warranty to go with it, and any related software to run it. Any questions on that?
Councillor Cermak?
I see in here that it says the life expectancy or service is 5 to 7 years. Is that the way it is in this high-tech service industry nowadays?
Absolutely.
My gosh, we use it like a Bic lighter, you just throw it away.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, it's a rip and replace sort of society, throwaway society, and the lifespan and the technology changes rather rapidly too. So what was really good today isn't useful tomorrow, sort of thing, the technology. So it's a rapid moving industry, that's for sure.
No wonder I have such a battle with this high-tech industry. Sorry,
It's
I
not
guess
an
I'm
easy
just
one.
old.
That's why we have guys like Cam to help us.
I'm glad there is.
Any other questions on that? Okay, and then the last one, under IT, Department General is the $20,000 for the IT Steering Committee. So as discussed in strategic planning, this allows the committee some discretionary money that if a department comes forward, identifies a need for some software during the year, then the committee can approve that, and Mr. McDonald has a funding source to put that in place, as opposed to telling the department, great idea, maybe next year. So we can actually start to take advantage of efficiencies on a quicker basis.
Keeps us more agile.
So then beyond that, similar with the presentation you received from Public Works, the rest of the IT general is all looking into the future over the next 10 years and just planning for that consistent refresh, replacement, expansion for growth, that sort of thing. So I guess I'll just ask if there's any specific questions on any of those, as none of them affect 2022.
And I assume that would take us up to page 115.
Yes.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. At this point, I will step out of the meeting for this discussion.
Thank you for that. We shall allow a bit of time for the transition from one room to the next. I'd still allow for questions, I suppose, if formulate those. Councillor Cermak.
Yeah. I see that in here, we have 300,000 or something for this IT stuff that we bought originally. Yeah, in 2022, we're gonna spend 300,000. So we should see that reoccurring in 5 to 7 years?
Yeah, you do.
Yes.
If you look across there,
Oh, yes.
2025.
360.
Yep.
Yeah, and the rate of inflation and everything. Okay, thanks.
And again, just to touch on that, in 2025, and if I'm not mistaken, that's to look at extra capacity. So we will have had it in place for 3 years. Do we need extra capacity at that point? Have our data storage needs gone up? Short of buying a new system, can we bolt on some additional storage?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then by the time we get to 2027, we're saying, you know what, technology's changed, our needs have changed, we need to look at replacing this.
Yeah.
And at the same time, as Mr. McDonald pointed out in strategic planning, the big thing is the warranty issues and the support. It still might be working okay, but now we're running a risk that if it crashes on us, we've got a stoppage. And we're holding up all the departments because our reliance on IT just continues to increase all the time.
Thank you for helping me get my pea-sized brain around all this stuff. I appreciate that.
And I'll go to Division 1, please.
Thank you. My question was around drones, since we had the opportunity to go past. Did you want me to still ask a past question? Okay. Obviously this is, or hopefully this is more than one drone. And then would we put them on more of a replacement schedule like our other fleets at that point then? So that we're not buying multiple drones in 1 year, we look at spreading that out more? I only see it in 1 year rather than spread over multiple.
Yeah, and what we, oh, sorry, I apologize. What we did last year was we purchased drones and some drones and used it as almost an experimental year to learn what we can do and how we can do it. And then we decided that we'd give it a little time, a year or two, and get some data back, get some real good data back. Are we using these things properly? Can other departments use it, not just fire? Weeds inspection, GIS, for example, would be using those. So that's really what we're looking for, is sort of this time. So we put that, really that 100,000 as a placeholder, whether we're gonna buy an entire fleet, whether we're gonna even spend that much money or not. It's more of a placeholder, and by all the reviews and all the stuff I looked at for pricing, it seems to be, by the time the inflation, all that other fun stuff, there was around $100,000 what we would use for a small fleet. And incorporated into that would be training too, because there's quite a lot of training to do with drones. So we would look at that moving forward. So again, 2022 and 2021 are more review years. And then we would probably, we may change that number or we may not and go forward.
Thank you.
If I can add to that, consistent with our previous discussions, Councillor, you wouldn't be surprised by that when it got to this time of year. We'd be bringing that to a strategic planning session and saying, here's what we found out. And here's the opportunity we see. Here, estimated costs that might go with that, so the council can have a chance to debate that and give us direction. If it's a thumbs up that you're comfortable moving in that direction, then we would include it in the budget. But yeah, very much so, as Mr. McDonald said, we're fact finding right now, we're collecting data, and I can see this filling in the future more detailed.
We wouldn't even ask if we had the opportunity for the transition of people. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I'll give a thumbs up there. I was going to ask a question, but I'll save it for another moment.
All right, so we'll move into the broadband capital draft budget. So again, this is consistent with what we discussed at strategic planning, with one exception here, is that, and when I get to it, I'll spend more time on it, but we've increased the cost, the projected cost of the fiber to the home pilot initiative by $1 million. And that's based on some of the preliminary information that we're seeing coming in on the RFP responses. So again, we're just starting to go through those responses and analyze them now, but what we're seeing in terms of the pricing is that it's going to be over $4 million to do that. So we can spend some more time on that when I get there. That's just a heads up. Otherwise, everything else is consistent with what we looked at before. So starting on page 115, phase 1 completion of broadband initiative. So again, this is the Ferrier Acres, and we're looking at $20,000 there. And it's basically security fencing, perimeter and so forth to finish up. And this is the core backbone extension out to Ferrier Acres. This does not include fiber to the home. Thanks. Any questions?
Oh, Councillor Malhoff.
Yes, thank you. I thought fiber was in the ground, so what are we fencing then, if it's all in underground?
There's a point of presence out there near the Martin Pit, and there's a trailer, an ATCO trailer with equipment in it to service that area.
Okay, which would be
And
similar to
the
what's
tower,
happening.
yeah, exactly. So there's little outlets, points of presence everywhere through the ends, and that's a security fence to go around that. So, for obvious reasons, nobody's stealing stuff.
Absolutely. So thanks for my ignorance.
Fiber's gotta come out of the ground somewhere.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. So moving on to phase 2. And what we're looking at is costs related to completion of this phase in 2022. And in the comments section there, you can see the actual details of what we still need to complete. We were very fortunate in 2021 with the weather conditions and the efficiency of our contractors. We've had different contractors on different phases, but they've all done tremendous work this year and we've gotten a lot done. So these are our estimates of what it takes to complete. We won't know for sure until we see all the invoices come in for 2021 yet, just exactly how much work they got done. But we're comfortable this will sufficiently finish those projects. It could come in a little bit less than this even.
Councillor Malhoff and then Councillor Cermak.
Thank you. So this is a pre-approved continuation of the project, yes? So in order to complete the work that you've already done, this needs to continue on. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Councillor Cermak.
Okay, did I miss something? Is this the total cost of that, or have we already spent some?
We've already spent some, and you will see that number in the next quarterly report that finance prepares. You'll see that in January for the costs of everything we completed in 2021. These are the additional costs within the whole project budget, but the costs in 2022 that we need to spend to finish the project. So you take these plus what we've spent in 2021, that will be the entire cost of phase 2. Similarly, phase 1, phase 3,
Okay,
sorry,
so
phase 6,
we won't get those costs until later.
till January.
Okay,
We don't know what they are entirely yet, because the invoices haven't all come in from our contractors yet. They've been busy working as opposed to sitting down and billing us.
Oh, we didn't contract this out?
We did.
Oh,
Yeah, but we haven't seen all the invoices come in yet.
thank you.
And would I be correct to assume, as written here, that it's funded through the restricted surplus for broadband?
It is. Yes, phases 1, 2, and 6 right now are shown as being funded through the broadband reserve. Any other questions on phase 2? The other phases show up, and again, we are not proposing construction or commencement of construction on phases 3, 4, and 5 in 2022. Our suggested areas of focus are completion of phases 1, 2, and 6 in 2022. And then we'll get to the fiber to the home. If council wants us to proceed with that, that's what we'll do in 2022. So I'll just ask if there's any questions about phases 3, 4, or 5, which are not starting in 2022.
Councillor Melhoff.
I have multiple questions, but I feel that they will be answered when we do our strategic planning of this particular project, so I'll reserve those for then. Thank you.
Fair enough, and I think even though, as Mrs. Surhan's touched on, I'm sure the level of responsibility you folks feel in approving a budget for 2022 is immense. These are some of the areas where you can buy yourself some time. We will have time to talk this through, provide information, so you can, develop that comfort level with where you're at with these things.
That's a relief.
Yeah, absolutely.
So moving to page 120 is phase 6 of the broadband initiative, and this is the transport layer out to Nordegg. And we're looking at just over $1 million to complete that work in 2022. Any questions on that? Okay. So that completes, oh, sorry, it doesn't complete. Thank you, Cam. Almost completes. One more aspect besides the phases is the main point of presence building. So again, this is the former bays that we've renovated over on the emergency services property down the street. And we're looking at $886,000 to complete that work in 2022. And then the point of presence will become operational at that point. And this as well includes all the equipment.
It includes most of the, not all the equipment, some of the equipment we've bought in other phases. So, some equipment from phase 1, 2, and 6 are incorporated into this, as this is the central area. So this has to do with generators, HVAC, some electronics that are for their, battery backup, generators and things like that to finish that. And, mostly we're waiting for pieces and parts, as you know, the supply chain is not fun to deal with this year. So that's really what we're looking for in that area.
Yep.
Thanks.
Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. Can we back up to phase 6 for a
Yep.
moment? Is that possible?
You bet.
What brought on speeding that project up? Because, I mean, for me, likely it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, what brought on speeding it up to do phase 6 first, prior to chronological order?
There were a couple of reasons that council made that decision, one of which was the sense of need for Nordegg. The second one would be grant opportunities, which I'm unable to give you further detail on in an open session. If council wanted to go into a closed session, I could provide more details.
Is that,
Is that
is that
something you, is that
appropriate?
something you would like to hear? We can do that. It's an important part of the decision-making process.
Yeah, because I'm just concerned about
that
the funding.
council has to deal with here at budget, and without that information probably doesn't make sense, and it's, I don't like to keep privilege from council as well. So if I see the consensus of council, or perhaps a motion to go in camera, we could facilitate that.
If I could make a comment on it, I would not feel comfortable passing this item without knowing that information. So I feel that it would be helpful for myself.
And Councillor Graham?
I would echo that as well. This is a huge amount of money. It's a project that I have not heard support on from residents in any regard. And it's very difficult for me to wrap my head around spending this amount of money. So I would really appreciate getting more information on it before approving this, or pushing this off until after we have our strategic planning on it to approve it.
Okay, administratively, that works?
Make a motion,
Yeah,
your
so
worship.
that's what I'm looking for, is a motion to go in camera. Deputy Reeve Northcott, any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. We shall move into closed session. Thank you. We're back from closed session and we will take a 15-minute break. Welcome back from our recess, and we're in corporate services. And just any further questions for our corporate service team? Any final comments or from Mr. Hagan?
Well, prior to going into the closed session, we had gotten through the phases of the broadband core backbone initiative and the central POP, point of presence building. But we haven't talked about the last item, page 122, which is the fiber to the home. So as a reminder for council, this came from a council motion that was approved late in 2021. And that motion directed administration to issue a request for proposals related to providing connectivity to 300 homes. And so administration has issued that RFP, and it closed on November 25th. We have submissions back on that. We're currently analyzing those submissions. The figure you see before you is our best estimate at this point as to what the cost magnitude might be for this item. It is identified as being funded from tax revenue as opposed to reserve, where the rest of the core backbone phases are being funded from. So we've put this in the budget as a line item. As a reminder, council has not approved this project at this point. The only approval we have is to issue the RFP, which I've spoken to. And so I'll leave it at that if there's any questions on this.
Councillor Melhoff.
The one little sticky I had on this was, when would those people be expected to have actual, like, press the button and you can search something, for lack of a better word?
Potentially in 2022, all depending on if and when council provides us authorization to proceed with construction, approves a budget, and we're able to complete construction and negotiate a contract with one or more ISPs, internet service providers, to actually provide the service in the home. So the scope of this project connects from the backbone network to the homes. It doesn't put the equipment in the homes, it does not light up that equipment yet. We would need ISPs to come to the table and work with residents to actually provide service to them. But conceivably, that could happen in 22.
Can I ask a supplement?
Yes.
This particular piece of this would be a deviation from the pre-prescribed policy that was set out in council's direction previously.
The current broadband policy does not encompass the scope of what this RFP involves, this pilot project. This goes beyond current policy. So again, council would need to consider that and perhaps consider amending the policy.
Thank you for the clarification.
Any further questions? Seeing none, big thumbs up.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
And thank you very much. So we will be moving on to agriculture and community services when Mr. Councillor Ratcliffe rejoins us in just a few seconds.
Can I have you bring up the town capital funding requests in that folder that I sent? Yep. Thank you. Okay, I will just begin. We have Director Martinson joining us for the Ag and Community Services capital projects. And just before we get into that, we're going to just wrap up yesterday's rec portion of Ag and Community Services, which is Clearwater County is operating. And part of this is the town's capital. So on the screen is a list of the, actually, maybe I'll let Director Martinson speak to the agreement first, and then I'll.
Yeah, so we touched a little bit on the town rec funding that county is responsible for. And of course, as we mentioned, the county is the owners of the facility, so we consider both the operating and capital portion to be included within our operating, but we do divide it out for you. So within the agreement that we have, it talks about what the county is responsible for, and it lists the amenities that we're responsible for paying 1/2 the operational deficit, which is what's left after the operating revenues are taken into consideration. So if it takes $10 to operate facility A and we were able to collect $2 from user fees, then we have $8 left that has to be funded by the municipalities that have partnered on that facility, the town and the county. That means $4 from each municipality. That is sort of the kind of quick and dirty of the agreement. Now, within the agreement, all the facilities within the town, including the arena and the pool, they're included within the operating agreement as it's written today. Any new facility that's come on recently under the town's management has not, and that includes the spray park and the North Saskatchewan River Park. And so in the past, council has not funded the operating for those amenities since the town's asked for it because it's outside of the agreement. It's my understanding that we have scheduled the discussion around the agreement at an ICC meeting. And so administration is prepared to support council in reviewing that agreement. And so finance team could talk you through what your options may be for dealing with that. Capital is pretty clear within the agreement. That is to be reviewed on a case-by-case basis by council. And so that's why council has funded some of those amenities I talked about, like the river park and the spray park. We've funded the capital in the past because it's always been on a case-by-case, but we have not funded the operating because the agreement has not included it. So that sort of kind of gives an idea about kind of how the agreement works. I know enough about some of these items to be dangerous, but I'm not the expert or the manager of these amenities, so I can kind of briefly touch on them if that's okay. So the lighting of the soccer field, that may not be new to folks. That's been talked about for a long time, and it's a project that's being sort of moved forward by the football club. And so it was in budget last year. We did discuss it with council last year, and we did include it in budget. Unfortunately, the football club was not successful with their grant. It's a Community Facility Enhancement Program, or CFIP. And so they are hoping that they will be successful this year. And so this would be what we'd be proposing carry forward, because we did budget for this and it was taken out of tax levy last year. The Aquatic Center HVAC upgrade, that is nowhere near what it costs to replace one of those HVACs, but there is a grant in that's been submitted for that project as well, and so that would be cost share portion for us. And so that project could be subject to a grant approval as well. So the NSRP infield VIP stand upgrade, that'll be a new project. be to upgrade the stands opposite to the covered stands that the public sit in. So if anybody's been to the Chucks or the rodeo, it's sort of the east stands. So if the general public sits in the west, this would be the east, sort of around where the announcer typically announces. The next on the list is header replacement. I'll be honest, I know nothing about that. The next one is NSRP infield dirt upgrade. That is also a carry forward. There was a question about traditionally, has that been funded by grant funding? I wouldn't call it grant funding, but they have traditionally got sponsorship from local business for that project in the past when it was fully the responsibility of the Rodeo Association. So we're not aware of any private sponsorship or funding, but that is a carry forward amount. We wouldn't be taking that amount out of tax levy because it was considered in last year's budget, but the work did not go forward last year. But they are still planning on doing it this year, this coming up season. Next on the list will be pump track. So I think there's been some sort of general discussion with the community and the rec board about a facility similar to this. It's not something that we have in this community, but they're very popular in other communities. They're reasonably inexpensive to build and maintain in the grand scheme of other recreation amenities. Probably a little less than, say, a skateboard park, just because there isn't the ramps and things that need maintained and need safety inspections and things like that. So they are, for a bang for your buck recreation facility, pump tracks are pretty good. The county does have a pump track currently in Nordegg. This would be a different scale and likely paved. But it sort of does give you a sense of sort of kind of what they are, and they're very popular. And they're very, they really cover a broad, diverse band of users. Every 3 to 103, I've heard. So that those are very I think very good projects to consider in a cost benefit analysis perspective. Next, 2 projects are sort of, I believe, tied together related to arena upgrades in the Bunch Arena. And so I believe there was some hallway and dressing room renos needed, and likely a great time to do some heater and gas line replacements while you've opened up that part of the facility. So I think, that second project on the list is one of those efficiency type projects where it's a great time to be doing this while we got the kind of hallway opened up. Next,
Councilor Melhoff, you have a question?
I did with regards to pump track, if I may.
Absolutely, let's go back there.
So when I was my time in the rec board, we brought this up, and we love the idea of doing the pump track. That's nowhere near even what our cost sharing number would have been for the build of a pump track. So do we have any more, is that just like doing a study or finding something out about it? Because that's nowhere near the number that we would be cost sharing if we were to do it.
I would imagine this is design and engineering. Why we didn't see anything in 23, 24, not sure. But no, I don't believe that's full construction. No.
Thank you.
We will get more information on that.
That'd be great.
Not seeing any more questions. We'll chug along then to excuse me, the groomer, I believe. Yep, we're on the groomer for the ball diamonds. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. Just utilized to maintain the ball diamonds and manage the shale within the ball diamonds.
Councilor Swanson.
Okay, because I know that there's a lot of issues in regards to the ball diamonds because of the dew worms. So you've addressed me, you said shale, I was thinking to do something to do with the dew worms, which to me is just a Band-Aid, it's not.
No, dew worms, we can reach out to the town. We have some experience in dealing with dew worms in the Caroline ball diamonds. They're a challenge. And the pesticide that you use to deal with them is abrasive to public. So it's something you gotta be very careful with. Unfortunately, that's the only, shouldn't say that, there's another way you can completely rotor-till up the field and start from scratch. Probably not an option, so we can reach out to the town. You know, we have equipment and skills that, you know, for our work through pest and weeds and pests that might be helpful to them. So, yeah, we'll reach out to see what we can do to help with the dew worms. I don't believe this would address that. This would be to maintain the shale. I believe they were using harrows in the past, which are okay, but a groomer provides a better end result, especially for the high level ball, where we need a consistent surface. So when the ball comes off that surface, it's consistent.
Okay, thank you.
So I hope that was enough to wet your whistle on what the capital budget for the town entails.
Oh, Councillor Milhoff.
Thank you. So what happens now? Can we choose to fund a portion of these capital projects, or does that agreement lock us in to we fund whatever our partner is presenting?
So capital projects are reviewed on a case-by-case basis. Each one of these lines is a separate capital project.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
And with the operating, you're obligated to fund what is in the agreement, and then council will need to decide if they want to go outside the agreement and fund the facilities that have come on into the region since the agreement was signed.
And I believe that will be flagged and put at the bottom to be discussed on Friday. So then, you know, I can identify specifically in the operating budget which projects are outside of the agreement, and we can identify specifically what that dollar value is, and at that time you can decide, as Manager Serhan has suggested, whether you want to fund them or stick with the agreement at this time. You'll also have a decision whether you want to, if you decide not to fund that, you may choose to put that money into reserve and consider it in the future after the ICC meeting, where you may negotiate or discuss a new agreement. So you'll have some options that will be laid out for you tomorrow on how to action those items within the operating.
The capital?
So as my colleagues have mentioned, you know, we've had a bit of a sneak a peek at this once before, and so maybe with that in mind, I'll just move straight into the capital jobs summary pages. Our first project starting on page 125. And that would be the replacement of a 12-foot disc. So as we've shared in the past, this piece of equipment supports our gravel road rehab program in our efforts to reclaim mainly burrow pits, but also gravel pits on occasion. And we also would utilize this piece of equipment on our north quarter through our trial plots programming. The expected life of this equipment would be comparable to the one we're replacing. It's 20 years approximately.
Mr. Reed, I see your light's on.
Well, only reminding us all that the system is, it described the page, the item, and then look for questions. No questions, move on.
Sure.
We have, of course, all had this information in your orientation already. You've had the information before, you've got flags, let's work to the flags, right?
Thank you for that. I took your suggestion yesterday most literally, and today I have actual flags on everything. And you can see I only have 3 left in my side of the binder, so I don't know how many to expect from other people, but by all means, continue on.
Seeing no lights on, we'll move into the next capital project. Would be replacement of a livestock loading chute. It's a piece of rental equipment, goes out fall and spring. Next would be the replacement of a 3-point hitch sprayer, custom spraying. Seeing no issues there, we're moving into a Schulte sidearm. It's a piece of equipment to support mowing. Seeing no lights there, we'll move to page 129, which is tractors. Unit 215 replacement to support mowing, reclamation, and spraying. Seeing no questions there, we'll scoot into another piece of mowing equipment, Unit 226, 15-foot Degelman mower. Seeing no concerns there. Next piece of equipment is skid steer. Just a reminder, this one's funded out of a trade-in. So though the total value of the equipment is $103,500, our cost to tax levy is $6,500.
Councillor Melhoff and then Councillor Swanson.
I just wanted to say for the benefit of our people watching at home, we had the opportunity to not only review this with yourself during that, but we also had the opportunity at the ASB board to ask tons and tons of questions and recommend it that this be brought up to your guys' level. So if we're not asking as many questions, it's been reviewed multiple times by a few of us, just as an aside note.
And Councillor Swanson.
Out of curiosity, because this is a yearly replacement, average hours that we put on a skid steer from year to year?
This particular unit?
Yeah.
Yeah, this one would get us, it depends on how much it snows, how much we mulch, but anywhere from 800 to maybe 1,100 hours a year. We do utilize it 4 seasons a year.
Yep, perfect, thank you.
And it is available to lend to our colleagues in Public Works. They have their own, but on certain days, there's high demand, and if ours is available, we also have a truck and trailer, so they get shared around. We try to maximize the use of them and make it, really efficient. We work with Public Works, we can share attachments, so, we don't have our own pool of attachments and they have their attachments. We try to make it very efficient and use these things to the best of the abilities.
A question I would have as well on this. This is probably a program from one individual equipment dealer. Am I correct in that has offered this program? I know in the past we had similar programs from a different dealer that we did, and it was similar with the agricultural type tractors. Understanding that company has unified or become one, is there opportunities to go back or on offer to go back to those same kind of promotional programs?
Not on the agricultural end. For this piece of equipment, this is a factory discount. So it is available through multiple dealers.
Okay.
And there is at least one more manufacturer that we're aware of that provide a municipal discount for skid steer type equipment. And our staff and the fleet supervisor are looking at those opportunities on a regular basis to, you know, to make sure that we're getting good value, but we're also looking at the spec as well to make sure that the piece of equipment we bring does what we need. So unfortunately, we're told that the agricultural buyback program is not coming back.
Okay.
But on the commercial construction equipment side of things, they're telling us that it's business as usual. They don't see a change. So
Okay, thank you.
seeing no other questions about skid steer. We're into a bit more equipment that is farther out. And I think I might skip past this unless there's a specific question. I just, you know, want to point out that, you know, you may see in 2023 this year, but there's still a whole year of assessment to be done. So our staff will be looking at equipment and going, does it need to be flipped next year, or can we squeeze another year out of it? So don't be surprised if you see next year that something that was in 2023 is now in 24, because we did an assessment this year and our guy said, it can hold together for another year. So we're gonna skip forward to oh, I can cut budget too. I'm so happy. Not just Kurt. I like being fiscally responsible too. Okay, so moving out of ag and into community services, capital projects. We have the
No, next one,
Nordic Trail.
Thank you.
So, as you can see, we've got some differing funding sources in the mix here. We have $500,000 coming from grant reserve, and we have $400,000 from a carry forward. That is work that we didn't get to complete this year. And so it's relating to the Tauntaun Bridge, so that'll be earmarked for that. But the $1 million from grant revenue as well as tax levy, that will be building more trail. So we'll advance the trail itself with about $1 million worth of funding. And that was through resolution through council that suggested we will match every dollar that we're able to generate through grants. And so we received a grant, multi-year grant several years ago, and this is sort of fulfilling that commitment that we made. Any questions about Nordic Trail? Seeing none, we're gonna move to Leslieville Recreation Grounds. So this is for design preliminary engineering of the green space adjacent to, it was referred earlier this afternoon, referred to as the green area next to the fire training space. So it is south of our fire hall in Leslieville and east of the Leslieville Hall. It was purchased along with the property for the fire hall with the idea that there would be more recreation area or green space needed as the Leslieville school footprint expands. That's likely going to push out one of the ball diamonds and potentially eliminate any soccer area. Not enough room for a soccer pitch there. So we are consulting with the David Thompson Rec Board and the community as a part of the preliminary design and engineering to ensure that whatever amenities are positioned there are amenities that the community needs. Also, what may be included in this or separate, as far as included within the property, is playground. So we eliminated playground at the school moving towards a high school. That means Alberta Education is not gonna rebuild a playground. Playground, we heard through consultation and just, you know, anytime I go to the Leslieville store, that playground is very, very, very important to the community. And I think, you know, a lot of us that live near that community understood that. So it's something that we will also be working with the community on. In this instance, we'll be consulting for the playground with the David Thompson Rec Board, the community in general, and the Elks. Those projects are potentially both could be included in this preliminary design and consultation, but definitely more to come.
Oh, Counselor Swanson.
Just gonna ask Mr. Ant, when the Friends of the Condor School came and when the schools were first approached us for matching dollars, does that come through our capital budget at all, or when it's presented? No, that particular, is that grant something that, explain to me where that was earmarked, that particular line item would have been.
It was never identified as an expense in budget. However, there were 2 council motions pertaining to that item. And we were expecting that once the schools were near completion, that we would receive an invoice and fund that through that restricted surplus account that we'd set up. The schools did not fund, or the Friends of the Corridor schools didn't fund it nearly as much as they had hoped, so.
And Counselor Radcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I'm just wondering why this isn't funded through, you know, the recreation funding. What's different with this project that it wouldn't be done that way?
Funded through the rec boards.
Yes.
This is a large project. And so right now, the bylaws and the terms of reference for the rec boards are only looking at sort of smaller, medium-sized capital projects. So I believe it's 15 to 25,000 that each rec board's distributed for small community projects. This would be well beyond that scope. The other sort of reason would be because of the partnership nature between Wild Rose School Division and the county. You know, that sort of put it into a bit of a different light when it comes to the projects. Very sort of similar to, you know, why the ag rec facility isn't being dealt with through a rec board, is because that's a major project. I hope that answers the question.
I'll take that, thank you.
And Counselor Melhoff.
Thank you. I think this speaks back to the need for an area structure plan for Leslieville and Condor, because determine whether that's the best location or if in the actual hamlet itself is a better location. I think that really this again emphasizes the need for those area structure plans.
Seeing no more questions about the Leslieville Recreation Grounds, I'll move into the final project, which should be. I think it's in 2023 now. What about Nordic Cemetery? I wonder if that's the manufactured home park. If we got something cross-threaded with Nordic.
Sure, why don't we take a 5-minute here and refill our coffee cups and stretch our toes and let the reindeer out for water, and it's all good. Welcome back, everyone, and we're continuing on with the last of the agriculture and community services section, and more specifically, community services at the moment.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. And so my last project to share with you today would be the Nordegg Cemetery. We have $60,000 budgeted for 2022 for preliminary design engineering consultation to either expand or create additional area for cemetery within the Nordegg community. The summary page is not, unfortunately, is not in your book, so you can see the line item on page 124 of the Agriculture Community Services 10-year capital plan. It is $60,000 for 2022, one line item for contracted services for preliminary design and engineering consultation. We have up to 5 years of inventory left in the existing cemetery. So I don't wanna create artificial panic that there's scarcity of cemetery plots in that community. That is not the case, but of course, we make long-term plans in this county, in this community, and so we would want to start the process of having a plan. It's gonna include talking to the community. It's gonna include talking to my colleagues in planning and in public works infrastructure. And at some point in the future, strategic planning, we would bring together that consultation, preliminary design and engineering, have a conversation with this council about the information that we collected through that process. And we're talking about the modern cemetery, not the miners or historical cemetery. Those have not been utilized for many, many years. They are under our management, and you know, we do maintain them, but we do not sell plots or allow any new interments in that cemetery.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation and for answering all our questions.
Thank you.
That moves us onward to planning and development, and I would expect to see Mr. Riaz joining us shortly.
A new reindeer coming.
I could probably make a comment here, but it probably wouldn't be appropriate. So it's just nice to be joined by such a festive moment. So.
I would go with my seat.
So I'll pass the floor across to Mr. Riaz and let you present what you have to present.
Excellent, thank you again, Reeve. So, as I mentioned to you a couple of weeks ago, during the strategic meeting, the Planning and Development Department only has one capital program, and that is the new exhibition display for the Discovery Center. In 2021, Council approved a budget, in 2020, I'm sorry, Council approved a budget of $398,000 to create a new display for the Discovery Center. That work is underway. We have signed a contract with a consultant, and I will let Amanda to explain more into to that program.
Sure.
Yes, welcome.
So we have already started on the initial process of developing this new exhibit. We've hired the Hatley Group, who has way more experience than we need, which is great. They're very, very well versed in this field. So the project is it's been split over 3 years instead of 2 years, just because we had some issues getting the contractor starting at the beginning of this year. So that's why you'll see part of the money for next year in 2022, and then the remainder in '23, and '23 is when the exhibit is scheduled to open.
Any further questions? Counselor Melhoff?
Thank you. Do we have a conceptual of what this is to look like? Okay, I'm already getting into it. Was that a no, I can't ask the question, or a no, we don't have it?
It was, I should be moving my head. You keep going.
Sorry, do we have a conceptual of what the process?
No, we don't yet. We're right now just in the stage of figuring out what streams we want to look at in the research before we actually do the concept design. So the space has somewhat been prepared over the last year. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but we put in a fun entrance in the museum. So now one of the doors going into the space is an old mine entrance.
I would love this to be added to a tour.
Yes. And then if you were in there before, you know, one room was exhibit and then the room beside it was the gift shop. So the gift shop and the cafe have moved out of the facility. So the gift shop room is now going to be part of the exhibit space, and there's been a breezeway added between the two rooms so that we can have the circular motion of people coming in through the mine entrance, going through the displays, and then coming out the other way. Yeah.
And Counselor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Am I correct in assuming that we're limited to the space of that building for this? Like, we have all of the space from the old schoolhouse?
The entire Nordic Discovery Center we own. But we've assigned that side of the building for the display, and the budget has been set to accommodate that space.
How many display centers do you envision inside there? That's still part of the process?
It's still part of the process,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Mr. Reed?
I maybe should have asked you this question in advance, but it's my understanding that some other functions of the rest of the building are being discussed.
Yes.
And do you, like, it's not this project, but do you want to talk a little bit about the building and some of the possibilities?
Sure, if you would like me to, I can do that. All right. So with the cafe and the gift shop moving out, that meant that we have the entire building now. We've done extensive renovations to the exterior and the interior. The most extensive renovations happened this last summer. We were just going to be replacing the siding, but then when the stucco came off, we discovered that there was actually a lot of rot in the structure of the building. So any of that was removed and replaced with new wood. It wasn't insulated. It was sawdust insulated, which was very common back in the day. So that's been replaced. So now the building should stay warm and cooler in the summer, which would be fantastic because it gets stinking hot in there. So the plan right now is for the one side to the west to be the exhibit, and then the space that used to be the cafe. I've been talking with the local library because they are in a space that is smaller than this room, and they are interested in potentially moving into that space, which would be nice because it would mean that the facility is being used year-round. So then that leaves us with 3 rooms upstairs on the top level. We're gonna need 1 space for administration. We already have a little staff room, and some bathrooms have been renovated upstairs there. We have an elevator, so the entire building is accessible. I've had many requests from the community to use spaces for things like art classes or yoga classes or meetings. I've had a lot of requests for small conferences and that kind of thing. So we will have 2 rooms upstairs that we could do that with. With the high-speed internet coming to Nordegg, that'll be a big bonus for this kind of facility because that's a requirement nowadays for anything like that. So yeah, 2 spaces upstairs for rentable space. Also can be used for programming for schools when they come and do the mine site tour and tour the new exhibit. Welcome.
And Mr. Ratcliffe?
Thank you. other question I should have asked last time is if there's any grants to support any of this?
Yes, yeah. So we will be applying for grants. There's different stages of grants that we can apply for. So some will be for on the back end for the collections management. And then there's an Alberta, let me just look at the name because they're all similar. And that was put in the operating budget. The Government Alberta Heritage Awareness Grant, we will be applying for that specifically for the exhibit, and then there will be other grants that we might be qualified for. It depends. A lot of them are geared just to nonprofits, so as a municipality, we're not able to apply, but we'll apply for anything and everything we can.
Okay, and that would then offset this cost somewhat?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's my last question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Reid.
Not easy, not for you. The comment that has happened several times in this budget presentation about the tour. You know, it is natural that a new council would get a tour. We're sort of waiting for A, you to have enough time, and B, the weather to, you know, accommodate the best kind of a tour. But you will get a tour. Have no fear.
Any further questions? Well, just to build slightly on Mr. Reid's comments, that I would like to send kudos to the planning department. I've heard today, I think council has heard today of the great successes we've had out at Nordeg over the last year and how that plan, that Nordeg development plan has come together, and really the power of having a good area structure plan in place for any of our developments in the future. Thank you for that, and thank you for your work in that direction as well. And I expect to hear great things from Nordeg in the future as well. So, again, thank you for your presentation today, Mr. Reid.
Just a reminder, we do partner with a local realtor who has been crucial in the success of certainly the selling of Nordeg, and that's Lorna and Randy Moore at the Royal LePage. So they are our official realtor. I thought it'd be a good moment to remind residents and any interested individuals who they should contact if they have a curiosity about purchasing any lots. That information is also available on our website.
Well, thank you very much. So we'll be moving into, I believe, which is our last section of the day, and that's emergency and legislative services. So it's a rather lengthy section with lots of great detail for us all today, so help you all dig your teeth into this one as well. And welcome Ms. Haggard and team.
Thanks, Alana. Good morning, good afternoon, Strategic Planning Committee members. Feels like morning. Just to wrap up the end of the day for your capital, the emergency and legislative services capital budget items predominantly related to the fire rescue services. And the capital items also, like I mentioned yesterday, have been previously reviewed by the 3 partner municipalities in the regional service at their intermunicipal collaboration ICC meeting on Monday, December 13th, 2021. The ICC reviewed and approved the Regional Fire 2022 capital budget summary that is included in the committee's package today. The committee will note that with larger apparatus, there's often a 10% deposit required in the given year in advance of receipt of the unit, with the payment balance being in the following year. That's because trucks ordered in, for instance, 2022, they are expected to be delivered in late 2023, sometimes even into the next year. Currently estimating build times on fire trucks at approximately 400 days. Just wanted to reiterate, similar to what I told the ICC on Monday, that all capital vehicle and apparatus replacements meet or exceed the threshold for replacement, both in the county's fleet and equipment management plan, as well as in the replacement schedule set using NFPA standards. And those are also, you can find those in the fire services master plan that I've mentioned before. We completed that in November of 2020. And so from page 83 to 94 in that plan, and the link to where it is on the website was within this agenda item. You can go through and take a picture or look at all the pictures of the units, their year of make, and then there's, anticipated replacement schedule. One more item to note in terms of the fire services related capital items. Again, as it's an intermunicipal agreement, there is a cost share. The intermunicipal fire services agreement sets out that cost share under Schedule A allocation proportions. So for 2022, the total fire services contribution, depending on which asset we're talking about, Clearwater County either funds 100% of the cost if it's for apparatus within county fire stations, or 50% of the cost if it's for the Rocky Fire Station. In total dollars for 2022, the county's portion of fire capital is $758,000. And those larger apparatus are funded through the county's fire capital restricted reserve. Now, as the ICC reviewed this list in depth on Monday and approved for this committee's table and council's table's approval, do you wish me to go through page by page each of the capital items, or just ask questions?
Just looking for the consensus of council. How deep would you like to dive in it? Just follow with the same process, and if there's one particular line that, sorry? Sure.
That would be perfect for me.
Okay, so page by page?
Page by page, and
Sure.
if unless there's a specific question or a specific highlight there, we'll look for a thumbs up and can move to the
Excellent.
next.
Okay. First capital item is Unit 912. That's a wildland urban interface cargo trailer. The trailer has seen quite a bit of use in deployments last year and a couple years previous. Replacement slightly ahead of life cycle, that was recommended for replacement, and administration would propose that it be funded through restricted surplus, which we anticipate from deployment revenues. So that wouldn't be through taxation, that'd be using those deployment revenues to offset this cost, as this was a piece of equipment used during deployments.
Councillor Melhoff.
My only question with regards to this is if we are successful in a grant, and I want to say that you said March, potentially that there might be an opportunity for that to be extended 3, 5 years, et cetera. Would there be room in that for this?
I haven't seen any grant criteria. I couldn't speak to whether or not. The last grant was strictly operational, so no. The capital requirements were almost wholly on Clearwater County to provide. We already had the trailer and the unit in this case to be used as part of the initial grant. We did have to spend $20,000 in capital from county coffers in 2019. That was for just a skid mount unit. And other than that, we already had trucks and the apparatus that were required to meet the grant requirements. So it would be used if we got that grant, but certainly would not likely to be funded. I can't say because I haven't seen any kind of application come before us yet.
Thank you.
All right, next one, hydraulic tools. These are rescue service level tools that are on large apparatus, including jaws of life, cutter spreaders. Those are life cycle replacement. All right, next one, 602, just making sure mine's the same. 602 is a tender for the Rocky Station that was pushed out a year at the last year's ICC, so they moved it into 2022. Sorry, I apologize. This one has been ordered. This is the balance, I believe. Nope, my revenues are screwing me up. I apologize. It was deposit paid in 2021, balance in 2022. So this one's already on order. All right, another tender unit. This one would go into Caroline. Again, you'll see in 2022 is the deposit and 2023 the balance for that unit. Next one. Unit 604, that's the aerial going into the Rocky Station. That is another one that was beyond its lifespan and pushed into 2022 last year. Administratively, this is recommending for deposit in 2022, balance in 2023. That's a ladder truck. Councillor Swanson?
Councillor, yes.
Just out of curiosity, and I know from the last council, the talk was every time you order a new unit, it seems to grow in size. Is there gonna, will this particular unit that has been ordered fit in any of our already, like, will it fit into the Rocky Station? Like, I guess that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, and I'd love to turn that one over to either Evan or Sean as a subject matter expert.
Okay.
Councillor Swanson, Strategic Planning Committee, yes, this aerial apparatus in physical size is a little bit longer than the current aerial apparatus we have, but height-wise, not very much different. It will fit into the stations intended to go into. We did, you know, for some of the background, we did have apparatus in previous years that we had to wait until the new hall was built to put them in. You're right, they have gotten taller, but this one specifically will fit in the hall intended to.
Perfect.
And if I could just add to what DC Stewart mentioned, is when we went through with the ICC, they actually delivered a quite in-depth PowerPoint presentation that described the unit and its purpose and the intended use and how it functions within the urban and the rural setting. So just wanted to give you that background as well. All right. Hydraulic tool.
Councillor Cermak has a question.
So this unit is 50% county and 50%?
That's
Rocky,
correct.
but it goes over the whole county?
It's staged in the Rocky Station, but it is utilized within Clearwater County for larger scale structure fires, for instance, if they went into an industrial area or, and maybe I could even let DC Stewart speak to the more operational detail and where it would go, but it certainly does go into Clearwater County as well.
Okay, thank you.
We good? Any more detail?
Does council think they would benefit from a deeper description of the unit, or are we okay with where we're at?
All right.
We're okay? Okay, thank you.
Next one, some more tools. These are hydraulic tools. Again, for the rescue service level, those go on to the larger apparatus, life cycle replacement. And in 2022, that's $85,000. Next one is self-contained breathing apparatus. In 2020, the ICC deferred the replacement of the Rocky Station SCBA's over a 3-year period. So this is year 2 of 3 years, essentially 1 truck a year replacement of SCBA, and that's $66,000 for 2022. All right. Unit 600, brush engine truck for Rocky Station. Again, the committee will see a deposit in the year 2022 with the balance in 2023. Okay. Moving on, 901 command unit, full replacement value in 2022. That's a life cycle replacement. Right. 308 is a pickup truck for the Caroline Station. This is a new unit recommended by the Apparatus and Equipment Committee. The intent for the pickup truck units to be staged in the stations would be to provide a unit for medical first response. We've seen quite a few more medical responses than we have in previous years. We're up about 100 from last year. Also good for shuttling people between training opportunities and towing things like trailers with UTVs or boat, et cetera. And we got into a little bit more detail with the ICC when we talked about these on Monday. And in lieu of 103 light rescue in Leslieville and a 303, which was removed from the Caroline Hall. We downscaled some of the larger apparatus units in Caroline and Leslieville in kind of trade-off for a pickup truck in each of the stations. We've just staggered them out, 1 truck a year for the next 5 years. And so that was the Apparatus and Equipment Committee's and Administration's recommendation.
And Councillor Melhoff, I'll go to you.
Thank you. Did this one change as well to the 110 and this is only showing the 100? I thought you had said that pickups had gone up by 10, or is this different?
No, this one will be 100.
Okay.
The difference between the 08 pickup trucks and the command ones is the topper.
Okay,
So yeah,
sorry.
they're 110 for the one with the topper. These ones won't have a topper.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But pickup trucks across the fleet went up $10,000 this year because of supply demand chain issues, cost of steel, that sort of thing, so. And this last 2022 agenda item, this one we put in annually, it's $25,000. This covers the items that Marie and Rhonda described and that require capitalization that may be an operational cost, but they exceed the threshold for capitalization. We've purchased things like radios or pumps or washing machines, that sort of thing with this budget area.
Okay, I have a question here. From time to time, the subject of a new communication system or radio system,
Yep.
ultimately AFRAX, I believe was the term that was used for that, has surfaced in the budget. I was just wondering the status of that and perhaps the status of our communication system now. I know it's something that existed many, many years ago, and I know like all things electronic and mechanical, they have a definite lifespan. I just not
Absolutely.
seeing anything over the 10-year stream, and I don't know if this captures
Absolutely,
the
Reeve.
$25,000.
Lougheed,
Anyway, I'll let you speak to it.
For sure, and our staff actually have met with corporate services and IT over the last couple weeks to talk about this as well. Previous council direction, we had some AFRAX radios in the 2019 budget, I believe, where we purchased that for command vehicles only. And then we were kind of asked to keep it out of the 10-year capital plan. With an aging radio system, like you mentioned, we certainly have that on the radar of what to do next. So the plan was to come to Council's Strategic Planning Committee. I don't know if we'll be ready for January, but maybe even as soon as January. We're targeting April to come with kind of option A, option B, and that could be a future budget consideration, a budget adjustment at that point. It totally would be up to Council's discretion, but we're going to put some options on the table for Council to consider in terms of long-term planning for the radio system. Right now, we're kind of managing with an archaic system, and we have seen some downtime in the last year where we've had failure of equipment. We'd like to make sure we get that addressed, but because of previous direction, we've kind of left it out until we get to the Council Strategic Planning Committee table where we can get Council's buy-in in terms of what they'd like to see put into the 2023 budget, perhaps.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. What happens if our partners don't pay their portion? Or if they choose to not fund a portion, but yet we may still see the value to our residents?
Do you have a specific item in mind?
The
or-
aerial in particular.
You know, they approved it at the ICC table on Monday, so based on the agreement that we have in place, the 5-year agreement, that's their portion of that piece of apparatus. So we would requisition them.
So their council can't turn, like, when they bring it to their, because the ICC goes back to that council, and that council still has the ability to remove things from that budget, yes?
It's at their council's discretion whether or not to approve the budget. I think we'd have to come back to our council and have another conversation if that was to take place. The intent of the ICC meeting is to hash out anything like that in advance, so we shouldn't have any surprises like that. But certainly if that was to occur, we would have to address it as it came to us. I don't foresee that happening, but.
Okay, so if something like that happened, you'd come back and we'd deal with it then. I will not ask.
We can't buy
further.
half of a truck, so. Absolutely. The rest of the units for fire are in future years, so Shall I skip then to the next one in 2022, which I believe will just be CPO?
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor
That's
Swanson.
okay. I just have a quick question, because I'm not sure what it is, and I'm looking in future years, I just need a description. So on page 182, you have what's called a safety house. Can you please explain to me what a safety house is?
Could I pass that one over to DC Stewart?
For sure, Councillor. Currently, we have what we call a safety house or a safe house, and it's a trailer right now with a structure built around it to basically simulate some public education speaking points, essentially right now geared towards small children. The Life Safety Events Committee that's actually looked after by DC St. Peter, they use that quite a bit in the summer months, in the spring months, going to schools, other events, and tour children through that and basically start that public education at a very young age with it. That current one we have is, I'm not going to speak to the age of it. I'm not 100% sure the year it was made, but it is old and can significantly use some updating. So where you would see that in a capital plan is where, through discussion and administration, we've deemed that at that point in time, we would like to look at replacing that piece of equipment.
Good question. All right, and the last one, Alana, if we could flip to, I think it's the very last page in the package. You got it. Again, similar to the fire capital general item, items that reach that $5,000 threshold that need to be replaced either on life cycle or unplanned replacements with a failure. Within the peace officers' capital budget, things that we've replaced under this general capital have been things like scales, radio, in-vehicle, electronics, body cameras, that sort of thing, if they reach the capital threshold for replacement. And again, this is another item that's used as needed.
Councillor Milhoff.
I think I asked this in strategic, when you went over this at the strategic committee meeting, but I can't remember if I did or didn't. That why are their vehicles not a part of this? They are also specialized, they're also different than their public works vehicles, and I just don't know why we're not seeing those separate pulled out into the CPO capital instead.
Yeah, the reason why fires are and CPOs aren't is all the vehicles, trucks are in Public Works Operations Fleet Plan. So when Kurt presented earlier, that's where you'd see the peace officer vehicle.
Yes.
There is one in 2022 that's scheduled for life cycle replacement. The reason why fires are within the emergency and ledge services budget is because of the cost share factor. It's just easier to separate it out to be able to itemize. We're getting this pickup truck, it's in a county station, it's 100% county, or we're getting this pickup truck, it's in a Rocky station, it's 50-50. So it was for ease of when we requisition or invoice our municipal partners. That's why the difference, but there is one in the fleet operations plan for this coming year.
Thank you. I do remember you saying that now. Thank you.
No problem.
Any further
That's all I have.
questions? Well, seeing none, thank you very much
You're
for your
welcome.
presentation and
Thank you.
answering questions very thoroughly. Ms. Serhan.
How do you guys feel? 2 days, 2 books? Got through it all? Yeah, so congratulations, you got through a lot of material and a lot of information. It's 2 very long, arduous days, and we like to end here and pick up deliberations and discussion and debate the following day, so tomorrow morning. We will gather all of the comments, and I will have the reconciliation spreadsheet for you on the screen in the morning. And that way you can start fresh, and you'll have had a chance to think on all the projects and programs over one more evening and night and sleep on it, and be ready to go fresh in the morning. Hopefully it won't take all day. But we're here till you make your decisions.
Great.
Thank you.
Any further, I see Councillor Ratcliffe's light is on. One last question?
It's not a question, it's a comment. directed at a number of people that I hope CEO Reid will pass on to the ones that aren't here, is that the knowledge, the understanding, the professionalism that we have seen here as we've gone through these questions and through this information, it's been good. I'm very impressed.
Mr. Reid.
Well, certainly, I thank you very much for that, Councillor Ratcliffe, and I'm seeing nodding, so I'll assume that applies to all of council. But, you know, certainly stating it here publicly on a recorded YouTube video is a great way for all the staff to get to know that it's not just me making something up. So I appreciate that, but I will pass it on to the staff, and I would echo your sentiment. Again, I've only been here 6 months, and I would say that the effort that you saw reflected here and the professionalism and the attention to detail, though we are all human and we had to take out a couple extra pages, that's pretty good in the number of pages that are here. So we only get a 98% on our presentation, 98.5 perhaps, still darn good. I will just refresh council's memory with the beginning of the operations book, because it talks about the funding sources. It talks about all these reserves or unrestricted surpluses. And so that would be a great way for you to come, I guess, with the most ammunition for your battles tomorrow on how you're going to help battle with the numbers, only with the numbers. Yeah, you're going to go to battle with the numbers. Or you're going to get your cleaver out, or you're going to get your reassignment wand out, but you're going to, pardon me, figure out the way to battle those numbers to that balanced budget. And so that very beginning section is just a fantastic place to maybe fall asleep tonight and have dreams about reallocation of certain funds, delaying certain projects, bringing projects forward, whatever it is you see as the best path to meet your needs for this budget. And that's really, I want to thank council for your engagement. And I said it several times, but your ability to ask questions is partly what you were hired for by your constituents. So well done you. Keep it up.
And I guess I would say some of the last words that thank you very much, team. I understand how much work went into preparing for these last 2 days, the information for those last 2 days. Huge job and excellent work. This has been as smooth a process as I have known. So thank you for that effort. Mr. Reid?
Yeah, so I forgot to finish with this. On the big screen, you will see, if you go to our website and you click under departments, you get to budget, and you will see this page. And on this page, it describes what we're doing right now. And then as you scroll down a little more, you will see where we are, budget deliberations, and then you scroll down a little more, and all the residents get a nice connection to what we've been up to. And so if, you know, any resident that's watching right now or watches the recording later, you know, we're trying to give everybody access to every bit of information that we can. So this is the page for this place we're at right now. Just wanted to highlight that so that you would all know. And then there's this public feedback section that we invite any resident to who has a bee in their bonnet or just wants to send kudos, whatever makes them happy. There is the budget feedback form also available on the website. And so you see right there under budget, it says public feedback. So that's how you would have found this page. You can also just use the search function. It's the end of the day, right? You can use the search function at the top and you will get there eventually, okay? So heads up for everyone.
Great advice. Thank you very much. And Councillor Melhoff.
Do we have any feedback from that? No, but okay.
Not yet.
Okay. Great. Well, I think that brings us to the end of our day here. Unless there's any further questions, I would be looking for a motion to adjourn. And Councillor, sorry?
You bet.
Okay, Councillor Cermak motions to adjourn. All those in favor? Thank you very much. We're adjourned. Thank you.